Great. Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the District Sechelt Committee of the Whole meeting of February 1st. I'll call the meeting to order and note that we're being joined by Councillor, who is joining us? Councillor Rowe from Hawaii. So anybody who's jealous can put your hands up. And I believe Councillor Inkster will be joining us shortly. We have an agenda in front of us. Any conflicts, folks? Anything to mention? Or okay? Then I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Carried. By the way, Councillor Rowe, you can hear us okay? Notice I'm not asking
we've done a sound check.
Great, thanks. All right, we move to item 5.1 on our agenda, and that would be the Sechelt Public Library presentation. So if you folks would like to join us up front here and turn on the microphone, please. And
testing.
Testing.
Good morning. Aloha. I'm Leanne Emery. I'm the director of the Sechelt Public Library. And I should introduce our guests today. We have quite a few people from the library. So we have today with us many of our board members, and we also have a couple of staff members. So thank you for attending and supporting.
Welcome.
So we'll start with some gratitude. So first of all, thank you for recognizing the contribution that Sechelt Library and of course their staff do to enhance the community that you represent, and for your continued financial support in that respect. Thank you, of course, for being good neighbors. We live up and below in the same building. Our building was originally built for the library 25 years ago, but you share it with us and you maintain it for us as well. Also, thank you for ensuring that we have reps on our board. It's actually really important because communication and knowledge go both ways, and there's a lot to be learned from both sides. So last year we had Councillor Kuster, and quite often we had Mayor Seegers as well. This year we will have Councillor Shepherd on our library board as a representative. So thank you. Let's talk about money. So Sechelt Library's funding comes from the main two places our funding comes from is the province of British Columbia and local government funding. So for us, the local government funding is currently guided by a 5-year funding agreement, and we have 5 different funding partners. The SCRD areas A, B, and D, and those 3 represent about 33% of our funding. The District of Sechelt, 65% of our funding. And our 5th partner is the Sechelt Indian Government District, and they're only at 2%. So of course, there are pros and cons to having a fixed funding agreement in place for such an extent of time. There are pros, but there are also cons. Years in advance, we started negotiating this deal in 2020. Is a very difficult timeline to accurately predict costs that will be happening 5 years from now. When we originally started negotiation on that contract, we didn't even know what the word COVID was. So we are coming into budget 2023 with a request to all of our 5 funding partners to amend the current agreement that we have in place. And I have to say, this request is not something that I nor our board have taken lightly. We have been working on issues and through issues and making some very difficult decisions for almost a year to get to this point. Our current funding agreement is 3%. For the district, that is an increase from last year, this year of $16,000. Our amendment request for you would add an additional $34,000 to the district for 2023. That would be a total funding increase for you of $50,000 this year. So why are we requesting additional funding and an amendment to our funding agreement? We have significant increases to our OPEX that were not expected or known back in 2020 when the funding agreement negotiation began. They mostly relate to significant increases in unionized staff wages and benefits that we had to make. And frankly, they were long overdue and the staff justly deserved them. Back in March, some of you were here, some of you weren't here. But back in March, I actually spoke before the Sechelt Council and gave a presentation to the SCRD Council as well, showing them the drastic inconsistencies in our unionized staff salaries compared to other libraries on the Sunshine Coast and elsewhere, and also to many organizations on the Sunshine Coast, including the District of Sechelt and the SCRD. Of course, not all positions are comparable, but some are. At that time, back in March, I told the Council that our current funding agreement would not cover the changes in salaries that we were expecting during our union-mandated internal five-factor review and our upcoming union negotiations. So as this budget stands before you now, it isn't a cost of living budget. It has nothing to do with the cost of living. It is the basic cost of operating the Sechelt Library with the utmost in fiscal restraint front and foremost. It has been given a harsh review. There is no padding on this budget. There's no new hours, no new staff hired, and we all would have liked that. It flatlines almost all optional spending, and we actually don't have a lot of optional spending, but those are the books that you see in the library and the programs that we do. The budget also includes a path to moving our greatest asset, our staff, to a more deserved salary over the next 3 years. So our total request for all 5 funders is to increase our funding agreement by $54,000 from the original 3. Our request for the District of Sechelt, as I mentioned earlier, would add an additional $34,000 this year to your original $16,000. Without it, we really can't continue to operate in the manner to which we have been operating. So the budget submission you have in front of you, besides the financial component, also contains a summary of the services we provide and many examples of the gratitude that we receive from patrons for the services that we do provide and for the staff that provide them. We actually have hundreds and hundreds of comments in our comment book every year, most of which I put in our monthly board packages, so you can see them online. But you can see that many lives have been very positively affected. So as a library, Sechelt Library continues to focus on, of course, providing quality reading materials, both time-honored and emerging formats. We work with many patrons who have accessibility issues, cognitive, sight, physical, and offering one-on-one training in alternative hardware and software technologies and book or audio options. We provide free quality programming for all ages, with entertainment, learning, social, and exercise. We encourage a lifelong love of reading and learning from a very young age. We have many programs for children and teens. We do school visits. We go there, they come here. And we put on the BC Summer Reading Club, a huge program every summer. We also do books for babies. So we provide free books for babies to encourage parents to have reading done to their children at a very young age. And I'm going to mention, because she's here, Rianne Perel. Can you just stand really, wave your hand? She's on our board, Rianne, former librarian, chief librarian in Coquitlam and many other places, but she was actually instrumental in putting that program together 15 years ago with Gordon Campbell. So I think that's a really beautiful legacy that she's given us, because the program continues. Of course, we provide online options, exceptional ones. Things that you wouldn't even know we have, they are there. We not only have books, magazines, and newspapers coming from international sources, but we have professional courses, project management accreditation, language training, multiple genealogy resources, French language book databases, legal education, driver training, and the list goes on. So over and above these traditional library activities, we further enhance your communities, the communities that we all serve, and that you represent, by a few things. We continue our role as members of the Sunshine Coast Literacy Coalition. We work with Gibson's Library and SD46, Strong Start, Capilano University to put together quality programming and activities throughout the year on behalf of the Literacy Coalition. We just had a Rick Scott concert for 400 people on Friday. We work with Karen Dick and her team at the Pender Harbor Reading Center to move Sechelt Library items to different locations. We work with new immigrants and the Welcoming Communities team and many other community partners. We also sell transit tickets for the SCRD. When they were lacking in places to sell them, we stepped up. We did almost 1,100 transactions for them last year. We put on space, advertising, and administration to accommodate our community volunteer income tax program. We spend almost 2 months with probably almost 150 to 200 families coming in to have free tax preparation. We do an incredible amount of one-on-one technology appointments for people who very desperately need help with their phones, their emails, their tablets, their laptops. You know, most of you are quite competent with technology, understand things. You have IT departments, places to go, but many people don't. So we are a very go-to place for technology. Jason had over 500 private appointments last year, and I will say that all of our staff are quite technically good at helping and assisting patrons every day with immense array of issues, both with printing and technical. We have architects coming here to do drawings. We have passport, immigration issues. We do medical documents. We help with a lot of very crucial things for our patrons. And of course, we provide answers and help with almost anything that anybody asks when they come in the door or phone us. So like our bookmarks say, when you want to know something, you go to the library. So I thank you for your time and for hearing our request.
Great, thank you, Leanne, very much. Council, I guess process is to make sure we understand everything. And so questions, Councillor Shepherd, please. A quick question.
Thanks. I think I understand the budget, the additional budget request. It's really coming as a result of union negotiations, renegotiation. A couple of questions. Does this bring salaries up to par with Gibson's, for instance?
At the end of 3 years, which is of the term of our union negotiation, we will be more in line with Gibson's, but not quite there. Other libraries have actually gotten this close to being on strike to demand higher wages this year, and they have well surpassed us. So we are going to be closer to Gibson's in 3 years, but both libraries are not where they really should be in comparison to most other libraries.
Just following on that, you know, I understand how difficult it is to budget, especially when, you know, at one point inflation's running at 8%, 9% temporarily. It's just impossible to forecast going forward what salary increases are going to be agreed upon. And I think what it ends up, you know, just for council, I believe it's, it ends up being an extra $35,000 over the next this year and the next 2 years, over and above the 3% increase that's baked into the agreement. I guess that's just some observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Yep, it's a challenging year for sure. Council, and I've got to remember to look at our screen for Councillor Rowe as well. Any other questions at this point? Jason, could you fix our microphones, please?
It'll cost you.
I thought it was free. Councillor Shepherd. No. Yep, Councillor McLaughlin.
I was just wondering, since we have all these wonderful librarians here, is there anything through the chair that we can do to help you reduce costs or just help with your everyday goings on? Is there anything?
Thank you for the question. I will say that we have a good relationship with everybody upstairs. One of our big challenges, of course, is sharing this room, but we work together with that. And when I've had financial questions, because the library does everything for themselves, as I wrote in the report, but Dave has always been there to help me when we've had questions. Dylan comes when we have needles sitting on the front lawn and light bulbs out. So we have immense help from you in many areas. So we, of course, assume those will continue, and we definitely appreciate that.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Councillor Shepherd. Okay.
Sorry, 2 more questions. One, has this matter been broached with the SCRD, and is there any indication back from them what they think about it, or? Yes,
we presented to the SCRD. We were the first presenter on their agenda on Monday, January 23rd. Both libraries presented. Both libraries requested something which they did not get. I think we're addressing it in different issues. I'm going to be careful what I say because I think the result that we saw at that particular voting in the afternoon was not the result that we wanted, but I think it will be potentially relooked at. Thank you.
Sorry, one last question. You know, a very difficult question, but given how much budgets or taxes are increasing, so forth, if council ends up refusing the request, what happens how does the library react, or what actions does the library have to take to stay within the budget? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, the additional increase of $50,000 for this year is substantial for us. I already have staff that are crushed because they say, that's half my book budget. What am I going to do? Or are we going to be able to do programs next year? Because our program budget is $10,000. That's it. But if I have to save 50, they're already worried about where I have to cut. So yeah, the staff are very concerned. And at this moment, I'm not sure what the plan would be, but we can't operate in a deficit, and these are union mandated costs that we have to adhere to. And we need to stay open 6 days a week. The patrons want us to stay open 6 days a week, so we will have to make some very tough decisions, which we don't want to make.
Sorry, through the chair. I'm just wondering, so union mandated, so basically that would be the wages, and what else would be included in that? Is it mainly wages? Yes, the union mandated processes that we've been through that we did not know when we originally negotiated were the results of our 5-factor internal process, which was union mandated, and our union negotiations, which include salaries and benefits. Okay. Thank you.
Not seeing a hand yet. Just so you referenced the SCRD outcome or so far, are the numbers you're providing to us based on what the SCRD decided a week or so ago, or is this your original request?
This is my original proposal. The numbers are different because this is a presentation to the district, so I focused all of the numbers orientated to you.
Right. Great. Thanks for that. Okay. No?
Thank you.
You want question for Dave. So. All right. For the Director of Finance, would you like to maybe ask that while Leanne is with us, or not?
I mean, it's not.
No. Okay. Great.
Delegation, so.
All right. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you, everyone, for being here. All right. Councillor Toth will now ask.
Thank you. This is a question for our finance team.
Mr. Douglas will assume the position.
I remember the funding agreement being a fairly lengthy process to negotiate between the library and all of the funding partners. And I'm just wondering if the agreement itself provides mechanism for reopening or renegotiating that outside of the budget time. I'm totally supportive of the library's ask, and my understanding is that many of the SCRD directors are supportive of some lift as well. It's just the process of trying to do it while we're all trying to do our budgets. When we have a funding agreement technically in place, it's very disparate.
Complex.
Yeah.
Were you able to follow that question while you were?
Yes, Your Worship.
Settled?
I may not have a complete answer through the chair, but the funding agreement spells out how we would, share any additional or any requests from the library. But I would have to reread the agreement to know if there's an avenue. And I'm not going to say that definitely there's not. It's just the funders all should agree to the lift, and then it's shared as per the agreement.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I guess I see that. An added complexity, whatever we do, we really need to bring everybody along or vice versa, I suppose. Okay, well, Mr. Douglas, I guess today is still about us getting clarity, and you've updated a lot of your documents, so we'll move on to item 5.2, and you can regale us with how exciting budgeting is. Great, yeah. As everybody leaves. Councillor Shepherd, stay here.
Part of the library.
Thank you, everyone, very much. Yep, take. All right. Fire away. Well.
Okay. Yes, so we've put out a version 3 of our budget book, and included through the 2 days of meetings we've had so far were several requests for information. So we're providing most of that today. As per my short report, Council wanted to have all those little reserves that we have some funds in defined. And so we went and we provided a sheet it's probably 2 pages on that. Both statutory and non-statutory reserves are all listed there. So if you have any questions, we're here to answer that. Defining what the Canada Community Building Fund can be spent on, we've included a sheet on that as well. Comes into play when we're talking capital or other items. We've also given a couple benchmarking documents. One is taxes paid on a representative house in many coastal communities. I have the list that shows all of them, but I've cropped that list down to, I think there's 18 or 19 more coastal communities. So it's a comparison of what, number one, municipal taxes are paid on a representative house, but it also shows the gross taxes, including the regional district.
Right.
And flat taxes and things like that.
So maybe, how about we stop for a second, because first of all, thank you. I found this really helpful, both the various reserves, and we can talk perhaps more if council has some questions about that. But overall, I want to thank all of you for the extra effort. I think benchmarking, especially. I mean, we just heard from the library is one of many that is going to say naturally and rightly that salaries are going up, and cost of living is going up, and unfortunately the pressure is on us to figure out how do we address that when balance that with the demands that would be put on taxpayers to fund everything. So having benchmarking is useful, and really understanding what reserves, when is it prudent to use our reserves? I think that's a big one that I still struggle with. So thanks. And maybe first of all, council, we've got on page 19, the reserves. Have you got any questions about that, those 2 pages? Is it 2? If not, I was going to ask on page 19, the reserves, the assessment changes reserve. You there? How does a property owner get a significant refund? I don't want to ask trivial questions. If it's a one-off, once in a blue moon, fine, but.
No, it can happen quite regular. If a homeowner doesn't agree with their assessment, they have to make application fairly early on, like by the end of January, to have their property reassessed. And meanwhile, everything continues, meaning they kind of wrap up their final rolls to us, and then often investigations happen after that. So reassessments will happen after we get our roll for laying the taxes. And then if it goes down, then it creates a shortfall in revenue for the district.
Okay,
Right,
so,
so,
it's, I mean, but it is fairly rare.
I know it's quite common.
Really?
Yeah. But often it's also quite common that the assessment doesn't change. Right. So it's very common people will apply, and it's common that assessments don't change, but once in a while they do. Yes.
Right. Okay, thanks. That's asked and answered. Councillor Bell?
There we are, through the chair. Just a couple, the question, or if you give me clarification on what is the difference between, where did it go? Just hang on here. On page 19, under the reserves defined, number 4, which is, not 4, sorry about that. I had 19, Trail Bay Wharf Reserve, and the Municipal Wharf Reserve. What number is that?
Okay, so at one point, reserve was struck just for the Porpoise Bay Reserve. And so that's any excess revenue over expenditure would have gone into that reserve.
Okay.
And so I'm just going to assume that the municipal wharves would be any other wharf, meaning the one out here off Seashelt and the one in Davis Bay.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. Okay, and one more question. In regards to the Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program, I see that it has ended. I'm just wondering if that, are we looking at starting this up again? Is it anywhere in the budget at this point?
So they've actually changed the program.
Okay.
So it was a great question because they've just changed the program. The manager of financial services was in a 6-hour meeting yesterday about the change to the program. And so they're changing it in a way that now they're going to give municipalities funding. And in our case, it's $110,000 annually for a 3-year program. And the money is to be spent on items that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other emissions into the environment. And so we've printed off a sheet, which I'll send out to council, listing what those can be spent on.
Okay, great. And is that for this year's budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Great.
To prove I've read the document, I think item 23 on your reserve page should read COVID Safe Restart Grant Account. One more reserve, I believe.
That's not listed there?
Bottom of page 20, because if you look at our it's not there. 23 is not there.
Okay,
I'm suggesting 23 should be there, so,
okay. You're right.
Yeah.
We'll get it there.
See? Little gold star for me. But above it, really, why do we bother, I suppose, with the community forest dividend reserve? Because I think I'm right that.
Correct. That's correct, Your Worship. I think in previous councils, they would take that 25,000 and put it into the reserve, but it's intended to help us cover our costs like we do. We integrate their financial documentation into our financial statements. We have, there's some work the staff does with the board annually.
Right.
So we've been incorporating that now into the budget just as a revenue, instead of putting that 25,000 into a reserve. But it's intended to cover our current costs of, helping or managing from what we do as staff.
For the community forest.
Correct.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
now
because
we don't do that anymore. We just put it into the revenue stream.
Because for councillors, those that don't know, every year there's a 10%. I think it's essentially a 10% dividend from the community forest on the original invested capital. So the original, I think, was $250,000, and we get $25,000.
Yeah.
Plus an additional $25,000. Be one of those days.
We were looking into new mics as we speak.
Approved.
Oh, great. Have a motion to that effect.
It's all right. I'll just. Okay, thanks. Others, Councillor Bell, please.
Yes, through the chair. Just in terms of I'll just take an example, the Downtown Revitalization Reserve. So are these, so each year is something looked at to go into that, like part of the plan? And if so, if we don't use that money, does that get collapsed and put into another fund or operating, or how does that?
Yeah, this is a non-statutory reserve.
Right.
That was started up at some point. We don't put funds in there at this point. But at one point, somebody had an idea and we started putting money into that reserve. I think we spent a little bit of it last year, or the year prior. But right now, there is no firm intent to do something, so we don't put money in. And, you know, if there's a project comes along that makes sense, then we can use it for that project.
Okay, so we leave it in there at this point then?
At this point, but if something looks, you know, it's a non-statutory reserve, so it can be, we can close it, meaning if council says, listen, I don't see a purpose for this at this point, let's move it to surplus or whatever, it can be moved.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we'll get to page 62, but that's the summary, and most of these amounts are quite small. So, you know, the fact that we have, whatever, $2,200 in a public art acquisition reserve, I suspect that's not going to fund very much in the way of purchases, so. Okay, anything else on the dividend reserves definitions? Again, thank you guys, staff guys, for that. And then, did you want to add anything else to the community building fund, Mr. Douglas?
Nope, the community building fund has changed. The last time they did an agreement with the province and federal government, that some of the items changed that you could spend the money on, so they've kind of opened it up. Mm-hmm. And so that was a relief to most municipalities. But the list is there, and you know, we do check the list to you know, annually when we kind of sit down and look at capital. Most of our funds have either gone to sewer type projects or to roads overall. A little bit to active transportation as well. So those are kind of our three areas that we've been looking at.
Okay, yes, please.
Just a quick clarification to the chair. So these, how this money can be spent in this fund is mandated by the province?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Through agreement with the federal government.
That's a good segue into, it's mandated, but can you, for example, in item 3, the short sea shipping, blah, 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 without directly crossing an ocean? Does that mean we can't use it to buy a new ferry?
Great question, but nothing has really applied to us, so we don't even consider 3.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
You know, even if we wanted to send something across Sechelt Inlet, you know, from one side to the other, not to take too much time, but some of these read very, very, like, how do you interpret them? How do we?
Yeah, like if we have a real problem interpreting, you know, a certain project, we can call them and talk with them. But, you know, if like that one, for instance, we would never, you know, I don't think we have anything that's ever applied.
Well, and continuing to pursue that, the last one, capacity building, on the next page 25. Have you had any experience can these funds be used for, equipment, buildings, land?
You mean land purchasing? I don't think, land is part of it, but, so this would be more along the lines of planning, like, long-range planning. That could be, I think that could be anything from your planning department to, long-range, strategic planning. This one's kind of wide, a little bit more wide open.
Yeah, well, that's because it starts with capacity building, which is what triggers.
Yeah.
And I think you've given us including long-term planning practices, so, okay. It's just, yeah, all right, we'll leave that for now, but I'm sure we'll come back to it. All right, thank you for indulging us, me. Any other questions on, Community Building Fund? You okay, Diane?
Yep, nothing, okay.
Okay. We can move on then to page 26.
Okay, so this is just a snapshot from 2022 of just, taxation levels of other municipalities, coastal communities. I have limited this list, but if council wants the full list, that's not a problem to provide that. Not in any order, meaning, I didn't put them in a who pays the most type of order, but you can see that, Sechelt is, right in kind of the mix of most of those municipalities.
What is type, what does the column titled type mean? What does a C or a T or a D for that matter? City, town, district? I just thought of that.
Yeah, one would be city, so there's a North Van City and a North Van District.
Sorry, no, I asked the question and then I maybe answered it myself. Huh. Okay, so, I find this really interesting and I think it's worth a bit more analysis because I think it helps when we want to explain to our residents, our taxpayers, what numbers are, where do we fit in the scheme of things. Yep. Is a useful thing.
But one of the big things here is that the thing we don't know and it doesn't show and it doesn't tell is the service levels in each community could be different, right? Mm-hmm. So I have included Powell River in the listing and they have professional firefighters where, we don't.
Right.
Right. We may have, through our service that we provide, contribute to, there may be one or two, but it's not a fully, so those are things that are unknown, right? The service level each of those communities have compared to us is an unknown, right?
Well, it's an explanation for why their taxes are presumably higher than ours if they got to pay for fire and we don't.
Yeah, so, like Parksville, they don't do recreation; they contribute with the Nanaimo Regional District's recreation.
Right.
Right. So it's not
like us.
Yes, more like us.
Right.
Yeah. Where Powell River has recreation, in their budget.
Yes.
So
I'm with you. Yeah. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering, being a newbie like Donna, is there a point where we would need an actual civic fire department?
I don't think so. We contribute to a fire district, basically, and so they provide the service. It's like us hiring, a contractor, but they work through the province, and we hire the fire service through a requisition that the province gives us.
Yeah, I think
so there's no point where we would need to have full-time employee firefighters as opposed to volunteers.
To me, please, yes. To me, Councillor McLaughlin. So the answer to the question is it's not part of the budget process right now. It is something that would be driven by the current volunteer fire department. They would presumably come to us, as indeed I think they may, because they want to start paying their volunteers for a standby fee. So presumably in time, there will come a situation where they say, we haven't got enough volunteers or we can't provide the service, we need to go full-time. But it'll come from them rather than internally. And I stand to be corrected, but we're not mandated that when, like policing, when we hit a certain population, we have to pay a certain percentage.
That's how I understand it.
Am I right? The fire is discretionary.
That's how I understand it.
Yeah.
Councillor
Toth. Yeah.
Sorry, I was to continue on that. I was just concerned because I noticed they are recruiting at almost the high school level. So it does kind of raise alarms for me that we are reaching that tipping point.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a comment specifically about the fire department is that the Sechelt Volunteer Fire Department is a completely separate organization. They won't come to us for anything. They don't have to. They have their own totally separate board. They just tell us how much tax to send them.
They still have to come and ask us to put it on the tax roll, on the tax bill. Yeah. We will be arranging a tour with them. They do want to see us even, anyways, yeah. Were you poised to?
I'd be interested too in, I don't want to put staff to more work over this, but I would be curious in terms of the ranking of the town in that grouping of 15, 18, how much it changes over time. I mean, do our taxes at Sechelt escalating much more than others, or? Yeah, I think you're right, just to drill down a little bit more into that information. Thanks.
Yeah, it's too easy to either complain that taxes are too high or too low, and at least we get some comparables help make sure we're on course.
Yeah, there's years of information available on the website, provincial website, so I can do that if that's the wish.
Well, based on the next page, there's lots of data available.
So I think this one showed up because we were talking about other municipalities and their commercial versus residential mix, right? And so in this case, I included them all municipalities, just to show, like some municipalities have less commercial than we have, and, it kind of indicates, okay, well, they have to then rely on residents for more so than for taxation. And clearly there's other communities that have more commercial than the District of Sechelt. And you can see how the reliance kind of plays a role there. So this is also part of the mix in, why residential tax could be where it's at. We have, often you'll just see that if you have more commercial, then your residential tax can be down a little bit, and vice versa. When you don't have as much commercial, then your residential taxes are a little higher. So, that's why that was provided, just to show that kind of story. And, it's, I think it's important to have a good, healthy commercial residential mix. And, it's something we probably need to work towards, just a little more healthy commercial.
I think that would be really useful to spend a bit of time and cherry pick a few of them, but to highlight that, because I think our community is unaware of the impact of some, perhaps both density and of course the commercial industrial mix in comparison with residential can really help keep our taxes down if we have other parts of the community paying. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, through the chair. I was just wondering, since we do have Seashell Nation and they do provide a lot of commercial space for us, if there's other municipalities that might have a similar situation that we could compare. Because it's one thing to say we should have more commercial, but in fact, we do have a lot of commercial provided by the band. And I think that has to be taken into account rather than just say, oh, you know, all things being equal when they're not. They're a huge impact, I think, here. So I would like to see something that maybe is ranking or showing more of the features that are particular to this community rather than just how we sit among, as you say, not really knowing the variables involved in how we come to this taxation.
Yep.
Thank you.
I agree. That's, yeah. Councillor Bell.
Through the chair, so I think you answered my question, in regards to the criteria. It sounds like you did it based on the residential and the commercial taxes. It's not based on population, this one?
Are you talking about
the statistics here.
page 26?
Yes, and how we've broken down the cities here.
Yeah, the tax numbers are
Right.
purely on assessment.
Okay.
But the population numbers are there for reference.
Oh, okay.
They're in column 4, I think.
Hang on, I think we're talking different pages.
Oh,
So the page 26 is only a comparison of residential taxes. Then the next 20 or so pages are the analysis of everything, residential,
Correct.
commercial, industrial.
Great.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
and then the population numbers are there just for reference.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just mentioning, just sort of following up on your comment around the commercial or industry. We don't have a lot of heavy industry, do we? It's mostly light industry, like.
Yes.
We don't have much light industry either.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're what, less than 1% industrial? Anyways, it's small.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other, I see a microphone, okay, thanks. Great, so that's 20 pages that you can distill into a lovely pie chart and we'll all be happy.
A comment?
Please,
Okay,
yeah.
This is great. This is really great stuff. Thank you for this. It is very helpful.
Yep,
Thanks for
I
all
agree.
the work on this.
Okay. Terrific. Councillor Shepherd then.
Sorry, I'm going to ask the first of many ridiculous questions, but it's
To me.
Sorry, to the chair. So does Sainco Mall fall? They don't pay taxes because they fit within the nation's lands.
They don't pay taxes to us?
Property taxes to the town.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It's a conversation stopper. Everybody pauses. Yeah. Right. Okay, Douglas, you've given us, I think we can leave the benchmarking of all the different communities, and you've given us a page of sample motions. Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, just a comment. It'd be nice to have the header go through on these pages, for the table, because,
To me, please. Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
it's through the staff, right?
Yours.
They need to do that, not you.
Nobody talk to me.
So, yeah, the headers are not on these tables. They're
Okay.
quite,
All right.
be nice to have them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So, we'll move, we've got the sample motions. Council, I think the idea is, well, I'll let you explain how you propose that we should use these as we
Okay.
go forward.
So as we get going today, we would be excited to move forward with some motions of things to incorporate into the budget. And so we've provided samples so that you can plug in the name of the item, the dollar value, and where it's funded from. And So there's 4 different motions. One is to approve something and incorporate it into the budget. Now, that's not necessarily giving it its final approval. It's if we want to, look at what is this going to end result be, including these items. When we get to capital, we would like to have some pre-approvals. There's some items that we need to get going on, even though it's January. February, because we want to do the work has to be done in the summer, and there's work we need to do between now and then, and that's like the roof on the Justice Building. That would be one of them. Mm-hmm. So there's a number of them that we'd like to move forward on if there's a comfort with council. And then there's a motion there to refer things to staff for further information. Really, the third motion is defer to another year, so that's kind of like a rejection of the item. And then the fourth one is abandon and don't bring back, we're not interested type of motion. Okay.
Is that clear, council? Because I mean, I always struggle between 3 and 4. I have a hard time when something's being brought to us as making some sense that we would actually move to abandon it permanently, but perhaps that's a bit of a subtlety. Oops, and your mic. Yeah. So I have a good idea. We're going to take a 5-minute break. How about that? And we'll work on our technology challenges and okay, we're recessed for five-ish.
I got it. Come on, there we go. Hello. Okay, we're back up and running. Hello? Oh, hey, look, can I work here too now?
Okay, so do you want to do that, or are we expecting the mayor to do more?
Hello? Hang on. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. How do I make it more sensitive? Battery low. I just put them in.
1, 1.
You can put it on your shirt instead of your.
Hello?
Oh,
So just know to keep
no,
it.
this is not working.
This will be back up. Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, there'll be feedback side by side.
Brand new, and they say it says low
For
battery.
a second, I might have to bring my own.
It's kind of weird. Brand new.
I've got 2.
So that was my last, this doesn't work.
You've done that before, Floria. All right. Okay. Okay, everybody ready to reconvene? I'm not gonna see a red. You're, just remember, you're on all the time.
I was just trying to put it on my, yep.
All right, folks, we'll reconvene at 11 o'clock on the dot. Look at that. So, Mr. Douglas, you're wired for sound, so...
We'll try this. Is that, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Great.
And actually, more to the point, Councillor Rowe, you can hear? Great. All right, Mr. Douglas, please.
Okay, so the next document that we have is the changes from version 2 to 3. And I'm prepared to go through each change with council or committee of the whole, unless everybody is good with what they've seen. Hearing no remarks, I'll go through all the changes.
All right, so you're on page 48 with your summary of changes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the first change or update would be to page 7.
Yeah.
I've put it in page numbers, not of the agenda, but of the budget book.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go to the budget book, page 7, all we've done here is just change the dates. So you can see the last date there is February 1st today. So it's just a changing of a couple dates there. The next change is on page 11 of the budget book.
Yeah, I was going to say, so going forward, in this meeting, we'll talk about the page numbers in the budget book?
Well, for this purpose, yes.
Yeah.
Because my changes relate to the budget book pages, not the agenda pages.
So we'll add 50 less 1 to that, working electronically. Yeah.
Okay. So what we added here was just some additional, number 10 at the bottom of page 11. It just gives you the detail of what taxes we collect for other jurisdictions, right? So we collect school tax, we collect BC Assessment, Municipal Finance Authority, Hospital Requisition, Sunshine Coast Regional District for 3 items, and then the Fire Improvement District. So it's just giving you the information of what we collect for each level. Okay.
Do we get a fee for that?
We used to get a fee for school tax, and I'm not so sure we do anymore because they've changed the process. Now you apply for your homeowner grant through the province, not the district.
Oh, right. I see. Okay. Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Page 12. We've changed the top portion. We've added a little bit of information on taxes. A 1% tax increase equals $118,400. So we've just included that analysis there, where right now we're seeing a deficit of $784,000. So that would equal a 6.625 tax increase at this point. And then just below that, we have some additional operating requests that we're asking for. And if we were to approve all the ones from taxation, that would be a further 10% addition. And then it goes on just to talk about the 3% for capital and what that amount would be, and cumulative, how much we're putting towards capital this year. So that was the addition to page 12. Now we go to page 58 of the budget book.
Sorry, are you coming back, or you're going to 58?
Going to page 58.
So just on page 12, then just want to make sure everybody's on track that right now, if we were to agree to everything right now, including the 3% for capital, that amounts to about a 20% increase.
Yeah, just over 20, 22, I think it is.
Yeah.
Oh, just, yeah, very close to 20. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, on page 58, just below the sewer operating.
Page 12 and page 58 that you wanted to raise?
There's just no new information in that section.
I understand.
Okay.
Just a second crack at it. Sometimes there's some new things. Okay. If you don't have anything, that's great.
Okay, so on page 58, just below the sewer operations 2023, we've included some information on increases in sewer fees. So a 1% sewer fee increase equals $26,000. Currently, we're sitting at about $96,000 deficit. That would be a 3.7% increase to user fees at this point. We have some additional operating requests equaling $240,000. If we do the math there, that would be a further 9% on top of the 3.7%.
Everybody there? Yeah.
The next change is on page 61. So let me go back to 62. On page 62, the sewer fund overview, we've taken out septage out of that totally. It's not a consolidated sewer. It's just got all the sewer expenses except for septage. Okay, so the revenue for septage has been pulled out and cost for septage.
Thank you.
That's okay, great. And then on page 61, we've included a little bit of information at the bottom on increase in septage fees. So a 1% increase in septage fees would bring in about $4,200. However, the fees here aren't reliant on a percentage increase, it's usage. right? So we could increase it by 40%, and we may not get any more revenue than we do today, right? It's based on usage.
Which you're saying if we increase it too much, people will find alternatives or?
They have, yeah, there's some already doing that, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is also a standalone operation that we can't afford to subsidize.
Correct.
Okay. Can I, on page 61 then, in the middle, you got 0.6, you're showing the budget shows a surplus of 0. I mean, strictly speaking, we're generating directly in terms of the amounts people pay and the amounts we expense. There's 142,000, I'm going to say surplus, but we're then saying we need that, and frankly, we probably need a lot more.
Correct.
To offset the future costs.
So I've added the words "not sustainable." So
Right.
142,000 going into the reserve for capital is not sustainable, right? If this were 300,000, I'm not so sure it would be sustainable. So it's, it shows you how much we're lacking in, revenues to support that.
You want to say more, why is it not sustainable? I mean, maybe.
Well, just for, just because we have a lot of costs there, not necessarily to operate, but every 2 to 3 years, we need to dredge the ponds up there. Every 2 to 3 years, we need to dispose of the solids that come out. We dry them, and then they need to be disposed of. And then at some point, you're either going to improve it or you're going to have to close it at some point. And there's basically no funds going in for that purpose at this point.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
In fact, we need this is going to be the subject of a committee of the whole meeting, like a separate meeting. We need a strategy for that facility, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it's on leased land from the province?
Correct.
2031?
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
And the coast needs that facility, somewhere, because there's a lot of septic fields. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, through the chair. I mean, I'm just sort of wondering why we don't have a strategy or a report. We don't after one. Seems like it's something that's just hanging out there like a bad odor, which we should be addressing ASAP. So something to keep in mind. If it's not a budget item for a study, I don't know why.
Okay.
Thanks.
So the last council put some money aside to do a closure plan to see what it would cost if we had to close. But obviously, either if we're going to close that facility, then another one needs to open. And whether, is Seashell in that or is Seashell not in that? Is the region in that? So it's really the regional district and Seashell that shares that facility from a residential perspective.
I see a heckler in the back. Mr. Dillon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to, in response to the question posed by Councillor McLaughlin, before the new year, we closed on a request for proposal process for a consultant to do the very thing that was asked. So I have to check with procurement to see if we've put out the award letter, but the idea was to do a comprehensive review of the existing facility and determine what the best options are to go forward. And part of that was to do an economic feasibility analysis to see how we can bring such a facility into a more financially sustainable situation. So it's definitely on the radar of our staff. Thank you. Bye.
Great, thanks. Yeah. Councillor Toth.
Thank you. In hearing that there is a study coming, I'm glad to hear that we are finally moving forward on that. I'm just curious to know if one of the options, like when we talk about the sustainability and viability of the facility, I'm really interested to know if the municipality not being in septage receiving is one of the options that the consultant is going to look at. is this something that is just better left to the private sector?
Is the study contemplate, hey, we surrender it and ask somebody outside to handle it?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think a part of the process would be that the consultant would gather various inputs from stakeholders. Obviously, council's a huge stakeholder in this. And so if one of the suggestions is to look at the option of not doing it at all, the consultant can be directed to look at that as an option.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
It strikes me that maybe the study becomes de facto, hey, this is how it looks. And then we as a council can decide, is it something we want to do? Or do we just say, no, anybody out there want to do it? Literally anybody, yeah. Because it does stand alone, and it should be paying all the costs associated with sending the fluid to the Water Resource Center or whatever they do with it. Interesting, yep.
Just adding to that, I think as well. Just adding to that is just, it would be good to have, some of these costs so that we can start looking at other options.
I think that's what the report
that would be very
us.
helpful. Yeah, especially this recent one as a possibility.
Yeah, I'm getting coached here, which is great. Any sense, Mr. Dillon, any sense of the timing on that report? I know the RFP is out, but...
Yeah, thank you for the question again. So a report of this nature, of this work, it would take it'd be a year-long thing up to, so we have to look at the schedule again, but this is something that requires a lot of analysis, a lot of consultation with different stakeholders, and just getting information. So I would say within a year, it's possible to have everything completed, if not sooner. But definitely I would put it more towards a year-long process to get through that. Thank you.
Okay, so given we're in budget discussions, what we have to keep in mind then, that sounds like we have at least a 2-year horizon on operating this service, because we can't abandon it until there's, in my view, we can't abandon it until there's a viable option. Yeah. Well, yeah. You okay? Yep. Okay. Yeah, thanks again. I think separating this discussion highlights the benefit of separating it, and it needs to pay its own way, and yeah.
Thank you.
It should be paying administration too, shouldn't it?
Yes, for sure.
Because serious.
One thing is a highly regulated area environmentally, so it's not. I think there is some limitation to who could actually operate a facility like this,
right?
In the right manner and volumes, yeah,
which I'm sure would be part of the report. But no, I'd highlighted it that in our budgets we don't show it paying any costs for your time and staff time. I know there's a lot of accounting work to invoice users and stuff, so I think perhaps a fine-tuning.
I think there is, I'll have to look, I can go back at the break and look, but I think there's some admin charge to this.
The more we do now, the more it will help the study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then on page 63 was a new ad, and that's just the septage shown in a financial manner.
Right. And are the sale of goods and services all user fees?
They're the drop fees or
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Fire away. Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry, to the chair, just with regard to the new schedule for adopted budget 2022, why the sudden transfer from capital of $417,000? It just stands out against the other years.
Yes. So that's this year. You're asking about why did
budget? Yes, budget for last year.
Oh. So we're bringing some funds in from the reserve to pay for, in this case, it would be for that study, and it would be for dredging. The plan was to dredge the ponds last year. So
yeah, that's why the unusually high cost. Okay,
yeah,
thanks.
That's why there's a high transfer back into the.
Begs the question, why would this service pay for the study? It's rhetorical for a moment. I want to think about that. Not sure who else would pay, but, well.
Septage study.
Rhetorical.
Okay, so then on to page 60. Hang on.
60.
I think I did 60 already. 60, 51, 60, 58, 63. All right, so then on to page 93.
90. 142.
So this is page really 93 and 94 of the budget book. And these are the two community associations that we'd originally, I think, submitted late for version 2 are now included here in version 3.
Anything you want to highlight?
Not at this point yet, no.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. Then on page 95 and 96, we were asked to provide whether the items listed in the community associations were of capital nature or operating nature. And so we've included 2 pages that list the item and whether it be capital or operational.
I see that Councillor Rowe has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I just wanted to thank staff for this. It's very helpful for the way my brain works anyways. It would be great if maybe we could see this list in, I don't know, 6 or 8 months, and with sort of an ongoing update between now and the next budget cycle for some of these things that, you know, so that we know when we're meeting with them that they're being worked on or have been knocked off the list or are not possible for whatever reason. Thanks.
Please.
Yep, we can do that.
We can do that.
Yes, we can.
Great.
Just generally, though, with this list or the list of the groups give us, if they're operational and, you know, we can look at those items throughout the year if they're an operational item. The capital items don't usually go to the capital list unless the staff feel that they're an item of concern or, you know, a liability potential or, you know, and so you may see them listed here as a capital item or a capital project, but they're not in the capital list, right? You know, staff's capital lists have been evaluated as a priority and may have other, you know, reasons why they're on that list. And we'll go through those as we talk through them today. But many of these ones that are listed as capital aren't on the capital list. Now, if council chooses to say, well, I think this one's really important, let's add it for this year or next year or the year after, then staff would take that direction. But with that, we would come back with more information.
Right. I was looking for Councillor Rowe and I realized she's here. Is that okay, Councillor Rowe?
Yeah, I didn't make the assumption that they would be on the move to the capital list because there's usually a comment in the action taken that, you know, is a caveat, you know, like not moving unless we get grant funding or that sort of thing. So I just appreciate all the added context to these items.
And just so I'm clear, you're referencing page 146, page 97?
95 of the budget book.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, through the chair. Yeah, I still think it would be worthwhile for some of these items to be costed out. Because, you know, we're not really going to approve anything. If it's going to cost money, we don't know what it's going to cost. And I think it would be helpful to the neighborhood associations to know that we're addressing some of them directly and how much it would cost. That's project management 101, and I think to show some seriousness, it's great to have this list, which is wonderful, but to show maybe an action list that we can move forward with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments?
My comment would be, it would be tough for us to price them all. So if there was a small number of them that council would like to see priced, like a ballpark price on them, we can do that. But, you know, if the projects are not moving, those would be the ones council would be most interested in looking at again.
So we're sort of in a give and take. You'd like us to say these are the ones that we think are most important, and you'll then come back and say...
Yeah, for us to price them out could be a waste of a lot of resources. Like price them all out.
Yeah, and okay.
Right, and they wouldn't be any kind of a Class C estimate. They would be, based on judgment.
Right.
How big does it look,
Right. So, okay. So if we were to say we generally support 1, 3, and 5, the staff's not asking us to say absolutely do 1, 3, and 5.
Right.
This would be an agreement or a direction to, hey,
give us a price. Let's take a look at those ones.
For now, don't bother. Don't price 1 and 2 and 4.
Correct.
Okay. That's for clarity. Councillor Shepherd.
Just to echo that, I think that would be really helpful if, just to give ballpark numbers, as Councillor McLaughlin said, for the community associations, because some of the items just may be not feasible as soon as you hear the ballpark number. So if that could be added, if that's, staff could do it,
It's a conundrum, because when I look at the first one on the list on page, I guess it's 96, the page numbers on my screen don't come up easily. 145 in our document. Anything to do with Highway 101 intersections involve consulting with the Ministry of Transportation. That's not trivial to get numbers, so I agree with you, but I'm also struggling with the practicality of how do we get good numbers. Councillor Bell. All one's enough. One's enough.
To the chair. The one I had just flagged was the one under Davis Bay Road, priority 2, the Pier 17. I just noticed that, however, these items were withdrawn because of lack of commitment by the ministry for improvements between Davis Bay Road and Bay Road. Is there any update on that, or can you tell me a little bit more about that one?
Mr. Dillon, please.
Thank you for the question. Through your worship, just so happened we met with Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure representatives this morning right before this meeting, and we did raise the concern about that particular project and how in the past, I believe the district had set aside funds to complete it, but it wasn't coupled with appropriate provincial funding. So they said that they would look at that again, and we can come back to talk with them, but they didn't commit to any timelines and said that priorities could change. So that's kind of the same pattern we've been in for many years on some of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for a budget process, that's relevant because we're trying to do a budget for this year, and if our expectation is a third party won't commit to anything in 2023, then why bother, trying to cost it ourselves? It's frustrating, but Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, to the chair. I was just thinking maybe with SCAF, we could go through the list.
With staff or SCAF? SCAF.
And maybe some of these projects, they're not very well detailed. Maybe we could get them into bite-sized pieces and detail some of them a little more, and just start with some, smaller projects and some low-hanging fruit, so to speak, and move forward with some of them. Because there's a whole range of scale here for projects, and some of them are just not like very well detailed, but again, community groups, they need maybe some help to define that and carry it along. And I know, Adam, with Councillor Shepherd, with your expertise in project management, you'd be good at that. Thank you.
No, I agree. I think this is really helpful. I think staff's done a fabulous job here, and it's a document that we can give to at the next SCAF meeting, hand out and say to them, look, this is where we've got so far on what we can't price out and what we can, and we just track it over time. Thank you.
That's good if they're all together, so everybody's able to look at each other's projects. Yes, I agree. Okay. So how do you want to proceed with all of these? There's some new information from the two community associations, but I think we've read those. So, got a summary. You wanting us to get into specifics?
Well, I mean, I guess if there's a small number of them that council would like, just to like start the process by getting kind of a ballpark picture price on that, we could look at that. But in the end, really, it needs to work in with the priorities of the capital that's in front of you as well. Right? It can't, like if, it would have to be evaluated in the end with the current capital list.
Understood, but right. I have to admit, I wasn't reading these with a view of saying I want 1, 3, and 5. Right. So I couldn't respond to what you've just suggested.
Nope.
At this moment.
Nope, but if we want to talk about it at the next meeting, say, bring back at your next meeting, say up to 3 or 5 of them that you'd like to have further costing information on, and then we'll go back and do that over time.
Okay.
We won't be able to cost it for this budget, but we'll be able to bring it back prior to next year's budget.
Okay, that's a little different though. Then that means if we follow that, then none of them would be done this year?
Unless there was a real need that you saw.
Right.
Yes. We already have the priority capital list. None of these are on that priority capital list from staff's perspective.
Right.
Right. So if there is a couple of priorities that council may see here, then we would take those and at least price them out, bring them back, and then they would have to be evaluated within, our request for next year's capital.
Councillor Shepherd, do you know, is there a SCAF meeting in the next
in March?
Weeks? End of March.
In mid-March is the next meeting.
Okay. Thanks. So we can't get the benefit of their input because we need a second day of budget. I think you're very much hoping this month.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably possible to email out to SCAF and get them to prioritize, which capital projects would be a priority from their perspective. That's probably could be done within February.
I would think they'd respond to that pretty positively. Yeah.
If I may, through the chair, their list they gave us were in a priority order, but now you have 6 or 7 priority lists, and their top one was their top one, right? So, so from each organization, there's a priority.
Right.
Right.
But among them, they haven't had a chance to talk that through.
That'd probably be impossible to get that group to agree on, a select number of 10, especially within that time frame of February.
Okay, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Well, I was just wondering, because sometimes community grants come available, we get some surprises, and it'd be nice to say, wow, okay, maybe we could use it for some of these community projects. And so, or we could apply for extra grants that might be useful. So, and of course, grants are a big source of income. So, I think there is still a lot of potential here. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. There's certainly potential. It's figuring out which ones we do, because unfortunately, I don't think anybody has the resources to do it all, to do every one of them, practically. Mr. Dillon and then Councillor Bell, is that all right?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for additional information, I have been responding to community associations about their requests and providing them a status update. So those emails can be shared with council. Another aspect is some of these asks have histories behind them. For example, Sechelt Downtown Business Association requested promenade development. Staff have brought back options in the past, ranging from the Cadillac to the bare bones options, and each time the options were met with significant community opposition, so we never did get any direction to go forward on these. So there is history behind some of these, and we're more than, we'd provide that information upon request on any of these projects. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Yep, that's a really good observation. There's not first time brand new ideas, at least not all of them. Yep. Councillor Bell and then Councillor Toth.
Just one question through the chair, or comment, is just in looking at these, certainly it's going to be very difficult to prioritize because everything seems like a priority. My only would be if there's anything to flag in terms of high risk. And I know that I see some of these are around speed limits and that kind of thing. And certainly in some of these areas, I can see that. I mean, I have seen a tremendous increase of traffic and speed on, the area that I live in. So I see those as being some of the top priorities. So I don't know if that's the way we can prioritize, but that would certainly be if there's anything that can be done around any risk, and whether that can be defined. It's kind of arbitrary, but still, just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm inclined to say those in West Sechelt might not have the same view of priorities for. Yeah. Great. Councillor Toth, please.
Thank you. I've got a couple comments, but first I have a question. In the middle of page 95 of the budget document is the Tilikum Bay Neighborhood Association. And the comments for a couple of them say major PWP. And I just don't know what PWP stands for. And my apologies if it came up before and I missed it.
Public Works.
Through your worship, or PWP would Public Works Project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
City Town District.
City Town District, yeah, answered my question for me as in the process of asking it. A lot of the capital here has, timing that might be appropriate, developer driven, or, really they're operational, or it's already been approved if it's a sign. The only couple ones that I see that are really not contemplated in this are the last two from the Tilikum Bay Neighborhood Association, right, which is a pedestrian connection and a pedestrian crossing over Grey Creek, which I acknowledge any form of bridge modification, page 95 of the budget document, 144 of the PDF. I acknowledge, any sort of bridge modifications is probably going to be a major capital project. And then of course, the Davis Bay stuff around the highway. I know that we have history with some cost estimations for those first couple Davis Bay requests. But again, they were abandoned, so I don't know that there's a whole lot of new information. But I would be really interested to know what the cost of improvements on the Grey Creek Bridge would look like. I don't think it's anything that we should be funding, for 2023. But maybe a grant comes along, active transportation or safety improvements, and if we have an idea of the scale of the cost, then we know that it's something that's within scope that we can go ask for. So that's really the only one or two that I would be interested in seeing more details.
So Grey Creek Crossing And what was
And
the other one?
one right above it, the pedestrian connection
All right.
between Tillicum Bay and Naylor.
Okay, there's some preliminary comments from one member of council. Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry, I'll also add Davis Bay, even though it's a sort of cost-sharing project, but can we not get a sense of, for instance, things like just a crosswalk at Davis Bay Road and the highway? I mean, that's relatively easy thing to do, given that I know it's a cost-sharing exercise, but.
Right, but we must, to your point, we did one in 2017 down near Mission Point, so there'd be some history, albeit inflation adjusted, but we'd have some rough indication. I see some nods from staff.
And sorry, I've been, Lynn Forrest, who's here in spirit, mentioned, corrected me, and the next SCAF meeting is February 21st. Thanks.
I'm looking for the earpiece. Hello, Lynn. Okay. No, I think these are good comments. Any others that council want to highlight since we've been asked? Anything that jumps out?
Sorry, just to speak up for my neighborhood, the East Purpose Bay, they did go ahead and cost out their capital request at about $3,500. The pricing was coming in from the manufacturer. Thanks.
That was for all right. And we have those, right, already, Mr. Dillon?
Excuse me?
The mobile speed boards,
Oh, yes,
thumbs up and thumbs down.
Yes, we purchased, I believe, 3 of those, and they're at Public Works yards. And we have had an issue, though, with them being cut by vandals, the connection cords, so we've had to repair a few of those. But, yeah, we have deployed them. But I was going to say in terms of Grey Creek and that crossing, one of the first steps for us to cost out or even consider a project like that is what's the condition of Grey Creek Bridge. It would not make sense to modify or cantilever a bridge that might be at the end of its design life. So at a bare minimum, there would have to be some money put aside to hire a structural engineer to actually look at that bridge and see if it's suitable for a modification. Thank you.
Good. That begs a follow-up question.
That begs a follow-up question because if we don't know the condition of that bridge, and if we don't know if it's at or nearing end of life, maybe that should be a budget request because it is the single effective link for the Tewanik community in and out. So I wonder if staff have contemplation in the next couple of years, condition assessment on some of our bridge structures.
I'm already looking for the answer. Very good. Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up with the manager of engineering projects to see when the last formal investigation was done. But needless to say, if we're going down this road of maybe modifying the bridge, we'd want to have the freshest analysis. So, even if it's 2 or 3 years old, it might be good for our current purposes, but for modifying it structurally, we would have to get the most recent information. Thank you.
Would that apply, or would that be part of the asset management work that you're anticipating doing this year?
Structural inspections predate the asset management program, so they've been something that's been going on, but we don't do them necessarily every year. We do them in a certain periodic cycle, and I'll have to follow up with staff to see what that cycle was here. Thank you.
Right. Great. Thanks. Councillor McLaughlin?
Yes, thank you through the chair. Well, I mean, I think all these little items are important in terms of enhancing and maintaining the neighborhoods and communities. And I think in the OCP, I mean, we're supposed to be promoting complete communities. So, every little piece of infrastructure or amenity that we have does help do that. And so I think, we don't really have an overall plan. Maybe it's some planning we could do to actually create more concepts about how to do complete communities for the neighborhoods. because moving forward, we want to enhance the quality of life or maintain it, and we need kind of a strategy on how to do that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And that ties back to the community associations participating. Yeah. Okay. All right. So at the moment, I believe we're on page 96.
Correct, yep.
Any other things? We're in your hands, Mr.
Okay, so the next change overall was on page 97, and we just did a title change there. We've tried to call it many things, but one-time operating costs, new operating costs, so we're changing it to the additional operating requests.
Okay.
The next one.
Lots of data in here. Can I just clarify? So the assessments of priority are from staff's decision, staff's assessment?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't see any ones. Is that right? What, is there one?
Well, we try to do two things here. We put, the number kind of is reflective of the comment after, right? So it's more about the comment. So let's just take one, for instance, the OCP update. Its number is number 8, but it's a strategic, right? It's a strategic initiative. Right. It's not an imminent asset failure or anything like that. But it's, you know, strategic. It's been on our books for many years to do that. So I wouldn't say 1s and 2s and 3s are like priority. It's the wording that comes after the number. It's classified differently, not as in 1 priority, 2 priority.
I guess that would have been helpful to, I was reading this going, okay, why is that ranked as low as a 7?
Correct.
As opposed to a 5.
Yeah, no, the way we had lined it out is kind of in groupings of, okay, we can gain efficiencies with this item. You know, this is a strategic initiative. This is imminent asset failure. So they're if we want to revise that, we can talk about it, but that's the way we've provided it so far.
I know, that's what I'm looking at page 140. But the difference is we've got a 1, I stand corrected, there is a 1, but I'm hearing that, okay, because it says urgent, then that's urgent, but equally, perhaps a 7 or something, or 5 is potentially as important in staff's view.
Yes, so we can just quickly look at another one. Our migration to Teams software phones. All right, it's important. It's under information technology, the first one there, and it says important. Number 6, asset management assessment. Our current system is deteriorating, and so, you know, it's either we jump this way or we're going to be bringing a complete phone system next year to the budget process.
So maybe it's useful to get staff's view going in the next round in priority. You know, we absolutely have to have this, and all the way down, gosh, it would be nice if we won the lottery. Right. We could get that.
Maybe we could have a different column that says high importance, medium, low.
Yeah, I guess I'd actually like to see it regardless of where it comes from.
Right.
You know, 1 might be IT and 2 might be, you know, public works, and 3, you know, I don't care where it comes from.
Okay. So these are important. So yeah, okay, then that's fine. Just so you know, then the document in behind won't be filed in order, if you know what I mean. Or we can have this list and have a second list that has a bit of a priority to them.
I think I was feeling and hearing some nods. Yeah. Please.
Just a comment, is it realistic to ask, what are critical items? They just have to happen in 2023, in terms of ranking. I don't know if that's been done before. I don't know if it's possible, if it creates too much confusion, but, I just, you know, to say it's important, that doesn't convey to me,
How important?
how important.
Yeah, great. Councillor Bell.
Through the chair, just to, again, yeah, I would support that. And just as an example was the one you just gave, around the IT stuff. You know, what's the impact if we don't do this? And that would be helpful, I think, in terms of decision making. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so page 95 and 96, which we've been talking about, page 98 and 99. So a couple things we did put in the priority listing. We also changed some of the funding sources. So on the bylaw computer mounted vehicle, we've changed that funding source to BC Safe Restart COVID grant. Security for public washrooms, we've also changed that funding to BC COVID Restart funds. The application review and permitting online, we've also changed that to BC Safe Restart grant, and then added the project priorities. The next change would be on page 106. Oh, this is just changing the funding source on the business case.
$57.
So I won't go through the next two because they're the same. The next one is page 145.
Sorry, page 145?
Yes. 145 and 146. We've added project numbers to this, and we have added project priorities here. They're a little different than the additional operating requests. In the 2-week period between meetings, or 3 week, we've been able to get a price on acoustics for the Seaside Center. Once again, this is we had a consultant give us this number. And we've added a new sheet for that, business case for that, on page 161. And then we've changed part of the funding on the IT projects. The 100,000, we've split it 30,000 from Safe Restart and 70,000 from taxation. Next change was page 162.
So can I just bring you back for a minute?
Yes.
Some clarification on 145.
Okay.
We show in the top of that, the top quadrant or box of that Chapman Creek Trail expansion, we're proposing to carry, it's showing as a carry forward of 180.
Yes.
From the fund, but there's nothing in the total budget.
No, those two we're going to recommend to push out further.
So not abandoned, but deferred.
Correct.
Right. Everybody follow that?
Yeah.
And above that, the equipment, which I know there's details later on, but the equipment, we're carrying forward 60,000, but with a total budget of 345, we're proposing something 290,000 of new requests this year.
Correct. Yeah, there's one vehicle we didn't get to, and then there's.
Yeah, part of it is my clarifications, and I'm wanting to make sure everybody's on the same page, literally. Okay, thanks for that.
I'll have to look at that one.
Okay. Oh, if I may, one other on 146. In your green quadrant where you're summarizing where the funds are coming from, and this is used quite a bit, but we've got grants and contributions is the term used. What is contributions?
It could be donations. It could be either the Lions Club or one of the clubs have fundraised for something.
Right.
It could be, there might be a couple other reasons why. So like when we did the stage there, there was grants, there was a little bit of taxation, and we had contributions to that one, donations.
Yes, okay, so, so it's not, there's no taxation in that line.
Correct.
So when we look at this summary in 2023, I don't see any of these projects being funded with today's taxation. These are all going to be, if we were to do them all, they'd be funded with different reserves, DCCs, and of course, any bank loans ultimately come from taxation. But,
ultimately, yes.
Yeah, but over a period of time.
Yeah, so these have been already approved by a prior council.
Well, no, this is the funding summary for the 16.
146
yes,
or
right.
146, this is the carry forward projects.
Right. So the part I'm wanting to make sure there's no taxation. We're not, any of the increases being proposed are not to help fund these projects.
Essentially, yes. There was a couple projects here that are under budget, like we're under budgeted and we're asking for more money this year.
Right.
But they're in the business case area.
Right, but if you're asking for more, I don't see anything in this summary saying it's going to be paid for out of taxation.
Okay, so just the way it works, the way we work that here is so let's just say the $1.3 million we get for capital, as soon as we tax for it, we essentially move it to the reserve for capital, and then we fund it out of the reserve, a capital item.
Okay.
So if you even look at the new capital list, there's nothing being funded from taxation.
Right.
But behind the scenes, it is. We're transferring $1.6 million over to reserve and then funding it from the reserve.
So again, I'm not in favor of this, but if we were to stop the 3%, then you wouldn't have the second line capital reserves. You wouldn't have most of that money available to you.
Okay, for the carry forward. For the capital carry forward project, yes, there would be, that list would not change there.
Right.
Right, because we got 1.3 million last year. It's in the reserve already, and now we just have to spend the funds.
Or change our mind and not carry forward.
Correct.
Okay. What are we doing? All right, thank you. Thanks for indulging me. So where do you want to go next?
Okay, so we are on 148 and 149 capital project listing. This is not the carry forward listing. And so we've added a couple items there. We've added the project numbers. We've added the priorities listing. We added a project, which is the Seaside Acoustics. It kind of goes along with the project of doing audiovisual over there. And we've changed the funding for the $100,000 IT project. We have changed that to being, instead of 100% reserve transfer, to $30,000 from the COVID grant and $70,000 from reserve transfer. Page,
Everybody following, okay?
page 161 is the business case for the acoustics over at the Seaside Center. And the last bit of changes on page 182, 181 and 182. Because we changed some of the funding sources, we updated the reserve schedules on page 181 and 182.
Trying to catch up, but
Okay.
touch screens are supposed to be easier, but sometimes they're not. Council, any questions? Councillor, don't be shy, folks. It's a lot to absorb. Councillor Rowe following us okay? Yeah. Great, thanks. Thank you. Is MFA financing generally, like in the carry forwards, we've got sorry, I'm going back, but 3 million of MFA financing, which I guess is on the ops center primarily.
Yes.
Is that 20-year?
That's 20-year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in round numbers, you divide it by about a little less than 20, which will be the annual cost to taxpayers.
Correct.
So probably $200,000 a year.
Very close, yes.
Yeah. Council, do you want to talk about any of the projects in detail? You know, we've got a series of them. Culverts and capital planning. And if possible, we're going to pave Field Road, which will be useful for those of us going to the RD. Councillor McLaughlin, thanks.
Through the chair, I just had a question about the RCMP needing vests for safety, et cetera. And I wondered, like, wouldn't there be some kind of account they have for like buying guns and things like that? Like, I thought this was kind of like an unusual request. And I just wondered if it was an additional thing they wanted because the money they had for that kind of equipment was already used up, or whether we pay for every single camera, gun, vest, et cetera, that the RCMP use. So,
great. That's a very good question. Do you want to explain how?
Yes, so there's certain costs that we share in by the 70% that we contribute to the contract. That would be like guns and vests and, you know, the equipment they need, cars, the equipment they need to do their job day in and day out. Then the requests that they've included here are for additional items that would make their world a little bit better. They're not core, but, you know, so one of them is security cameras, okay? That's on the building. You know, they've had some, you know, issues going on, and so that's not core to their you know, duties, and so that would be a shared cost, but in a different manner, where we would fund it and then we would apply to get the 30% back. It's kind of like two pockets.
I might, though, that it's about a collective decision. I mean, if we were just following Councillor McLaughlin's question, say no to some particular item, what happens? You can't buy half a vest or.
Well, then we don't get an option on those. Those are the ones we have no option. Guns, vests, and cars is all RCMP. They need those things to do their job. We have no say.
So Well, except that we have to pay for them.
Correct. We pay them through our contract.
Right.
But then from a staff sergeant perspective, there's certain equipment, which they've asked for this year, that would help them do their job better. And those are things we cost share, but we put the money up and then we apply for them back. Does that make sense?
But we've already committed, so if we don't apply, if we don't get the money back, too bad for us.
No, I don't think we've ever had a problem with once it's their ask, it's a shared cost. It almost comes from head office, almost like, so the staff sergeant would start with the RCMP, hey, we would like to have this. And then they'll say, well, engage your municipality. That's not part of our core service. And so then they'll come to us and then we cost share with us putting the money up and then applying for the money after their contribution.
Their contribution.
Yeah.
So if we say, yes, we think $100 on something makes sense, then we're applying to get some portion of that back.
Correct.
So there is I think your point, there's a cash cost to us.
Yes.
Regardless.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Councillor, thanks. Councillor Tom.
Thank you. On page 159 of the budget book, 208 of the PDF.
Thank you.
The parking access gates for the RCMP, I've been struggling to wrap my head around what they're actually looking to do here, because it talks about fencing the parking, access restricted to police personnel, but that parking lot is shared with the recreation facility entrance. So, like, if you don't come in off of this street, if you're coming in off of Shorncliffe, you drive right past the front of the building and then right through the police car parking area. Right. So I'm just a little more context on this project.
I believe there's been some line painting.
No,
we did. I think most of where they park is police parking there. They've actually relined it so that they can put more police cars in that area. And that happened 2 years ago. But that where their cars are backed up, that's not shared parking there.
The driveway access is shared, like I said, with the front of the recreation facility. So if access to that lane, driveway, is restricted to police personnel, does that mean that the rec center, like, you can't drop off the front door of the rec center anymore?
No, I think we're talking two different things. One is the access in, that's shared in, right? And you can drop people at the rec facility, right? And then right in front of the RCMP building there's some parking that's either for Seaside or if you're going into the RCMP building, right? There's shared parking there. Then there's RCMP parking where they put all their vehicles. And then on the high side is the parking for the recreation and for the justice building.
So where's,
I just don't know how you're going to control gate access on the laneway. I don't know.
I don't know, but maybe it'd be best to get a plan from them.
Yeah.
If they're looking for, I imagine it's security so that no one can crash a car straight into the police facility. Just if we could get a site plan with what they're suggesting.
We will get additional information.
Okay. Yeah, I thank you for that, because I'd misunderstood. I thought they were talking about parking close to their building, not the access road.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe there. So, all right. So we'll ask them for a little more. Okay. Anything else jump out at you folks? Does she? Aloha. Councillor Rowe.
I think you guys answered it, Michael. I think at the end result, what they're proposing is you won't be able to drive through, like drop off at the pool and drive out by Seaside is what's in my mind. But I think you guys, suggesting a plan will help clarify that.
Great, thank you. Am I right, the acoustics is for the Seaside has gone up quite a bit from the first round?
We didn't have a budget in there for acoustics. We just had a price in there for the AV. And I think somebody mentioned that they wouldn't want to see the AV go ahead without some acoustics work to be done.
Right.
And so we've been able to get a price on the acoustics.
So okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Please.
To the chair, speaking of the acoustics and Seaside Center, I have this idea that it might actually be nice to have our council meetings at Seaside Center. And I know the acoustics are not great, but if those were amended, I think it would be a much nicer venue and bigger, and would also free up this space for more community use, which I don't know if the electronics here could move, but if we're thinking of mimicking that at Seaside Center, it might even be an opportunity to do a test case of taking what we have here and running it at Seaside Center and seeing how that goes, in which case we may not really need the equivalent here.
Okay.
It's just an idea. And then I think that just helps with community use of space. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Because we are short of meeting room space. I'm sure you'll see most of staff nodding when I say that.
So I just have a quick comment. I don't think we could move this over there. There's a lot of wires that come through the walls that we're not, we don't see. So moving it for a test case, I don't think we could do that.
Right.
We're already in contract to upgrade this AV here. And so the one that's in the budget this year is to really duplicate what we have here over there at the Seaside Center.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It'd be less than, there's another meeting room that some of you have been to, which of course is the Water Resource Center as well. So if you need space for something to a limited extent, that's available. Okay. Folks, don't want to take us through every one if you don't want to, but...
Well, I think right after lunch, we'll be starting to go through every one. That would be the intent for the rest of the day.
Okay, Councillor Toth, if you're looking for questions.
Exactly. On page 158 or 207, prior page to my last one, the women's locker room renovations, I'm assuming that there's a heightened cost of construction when you're in a secure facility. Because to look at 20 square feet, that's what, $3,700 a square foot to renovate a little bit of space. I just wonder if this particular number has been sanity checked, or if this has just been provided to us sort of verbatim.
Yeah, this would be a low level estimate, yes. But yes, it is more costly because the people working there all have to be security checked.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, 25 by 4. It's bigger than my desk. Okay. Council, Mr. Douglas, my little person that keeps me informed of things says lunch is ready.
Yes.
So is this a good time to take a break? Or
certainly.
Do you have any last pearls of wisdom for us before?
No, I think when we come back, we'll start on page 98 and start going through those individually.
Great.
And,
all right. And anything from council, broad strokes? If not, we'll recess. How long do we need, folks? 1:45? Is that enough? Or you live with that? Okay. 12:45, we'll be back here. Enjoy your long, relaxing lunch. We're recessed. 12:12.
Hello?
Okay. How are we doing? Right, we'll reconvene the committee of the whole meeting at 12:50. And I guess Mr. Douglas,
Thank you.
are we done?
Just starting.
Okay. You're on.
Okay, so, it's
Your microphone.
Yep.
Are you wearing it?
Yes, I am.
Good.
Yes, Your Worship. Okay, so, it would be staff's intention to start moving forward, with trying to make some decisions. We can't meet again until near the end of February. So it's a little bit of dead time for us. So that's okay, but we need to be, today, the rest of today and the next meeting, we need to be, moving forward to give us a 2023 budget, which we develop a 5-year financial plan out of. Okay. So there may be more information that you would like. There may be some more conversation we'd like to have, and that's all great stuff. But anything that council would be comfortable with making recommendations to council, committee of the whole to council, it would be appreciated to start that process. And so the intention would be to kind of walk through some of these items, and if there's request for additional information, or hold the item for now, or move forward with the item, those are all good things. Okay.
So you're saying politely you'd like us, if possible, to have some resolutions?
Yes.
Okay. Do our best.
Okay. So if we don't make a resolution on something, say we want to think about this one or hold this one for now, they'll come back at the next meeting. Okay. And if you want additional information, that's okay.
Right.
And if there's outright no, that's okay. We just move it on, like just say we're not going to even consider this item.
Right.
And if council has any other recommendations on the budget, or want to introduce something to the rest of the committee, then that's okay too.
Right. Maybe that's the place to start. Is there anything, and I'm not, so one, is there anything missing that anybody would like to see? Two, is anything that we, any of us feel or forget it, no point in even talking about it? And I'm not sure what three is, but I'm going to go back to the top. And I'm struggling with how do we address the biggest issue, which is the overall magnitude of the increase.
Okay.
And I'm struggling myself that nobody likes to see these sort of numbers, and nobody's criticizing what's been done. But council, I don't know how you want to deal with this and the guidance you want to give staff.
Okay, so the point that we're starting out at, let me just go back to our page. Okay, so right now, the general operating, we're gonna do this by fund, just to go through one fund at a time. So the general operating funds currently sits at a $784,000 deficit, which is a 6.625 tax increase. There are additional requests equaling $1.2 million, and those are things that we need to make decisions on. The 3% for capital, whether we're going to continue that program, is a motion that we'd like to have. Another part that will play in this is that once we go through the year-end process, we'll find out if we have a surplus from the previous year. It's not often that we don't have at least a little surplus. And if we want to incorporate any of that surplus into this budget as a reduction to taxation. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that will play a part at some point, not yet. We still have, I think our auditors come in March. Is that correct? Yeah. They come in March, the auditors.
Oh, yes.
So we will know very soon around the auditors when they arrive how close we are to last year's budget overall. Okay?
Right. I mean, you guys know the auditors presumably they don't make many adjustments, I wouldn't think.
Not too many. Yeah. But we haven't even compiled it to that level yet.
Mm-hmm.
So if we move to incorporate something because you think it's a nice add and later down the road you want to remove it, that's okay, right? That's still, is allowed. We would like to get some pre-approvals on capital so we can get working on them. And the ones, we could do quite a few of them depending on the comfort. But ones that are funded from a reserve and the money's there, and they're important, we can certainly move forward on those. This shouldn't be too hard to move forward on some of those. And that's why we'll start going through these one by one to get the comfort level, understand the funding source, and the importance. We have all staff in the room that right. If we need to find out more about importance, we can do that.
What's on your mind?
Well, I guess for me, and maybe
microphone thing.
Oh, sorry. If it's too soon, but I certainly would want, in my mind, to see the 3% tax increase state for capital renewals.
Make a motion to that effect?
I'd like to make an emotion.
Well, the committee of the whole recommend to council that the 3% allocated to capital reserves be carried forward, incorporated into the 2023 budget.
Yes.
Perfect, yes.
Okay. Looking, yes, a question or? No, yeah. No. You ready to vote? Ready to vote.
Yes, maybe some discussion.
Yeah, yes, please, yeah.
I did a little calculation based on 2020 taxes and what they were in 2020, 2021, and 2022. What's proposed for 2023 at, say, 7% moving forward to 2030. So that means, from my calculation that I had for basically my taxes, from 2020 to 2030, my taxes will have doubled. I've got a 7% going forward. So just something to keep in mind, what taxpayers will see and how they might feel when they get their bill at 7%. And I know we're at over 20 right now with all the asks.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're working with here. That said, I do think the 3% in capital reserves is something as a minimum almost we have to do. So I do generally support that. But then we're moving forward with, you know, versus 7% versus 20%. So to me, that means a lot of the possible capital requests are going to be difficult for me.
Yep.
So just to give
Okay.
you that context, thank you.
Great. Yep, I think, well, I certainly agree with that statement. Is going to be a challenge. So, but this is a recommendation to council, so we in fact get another crack at it before we go final, but it's giving a hint to staff that, you know, probably the 3%'s in, assuming the motion is approved. Anything else? Ready for the question? I don't see Councillor Rowe back, so all in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Now, Councillor Toth does have a question.
Thank you. Just in the mentioning of the 6.6% increase in the, based on the sort of deficit as described in the budget book here, recognizing that we haven't done year end yet, my question centers around, we've got a decision on the council agenda tonight that may drastically change the amount of business license fees that are received by the municipality. So the next time we see the document, will that decision be reflected in the numbers that come back?
Business license fees that you're talking about.
Yeah, because
as opposed to TUP fees?
Business license fees.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Right.
So when that budget was put together, we didn't know how many. We didn't know, you know, the application uptake. We didn't know. There's a lot of unknowns. So we did an estimate on kind of more than what we knew, and there's more than what we knew. So. Yeah.
Okay, that is a useful distinction. What you projected for this 2023 for that source of revenue, was that based on last year, or did you contemplate taking in 30, 40 short-term?
Yeah, this was based on, this didn't exist last year, so this is just on the STR section of the business license and application fee.
Okay, so not to put you on the spot, but it would be useful maybe even tonight, I'm thinking it might be asked, but how much is in the budget for the STR revenues?
We can look at that while we'll keeping talking. I think it's around 45,000, but we'll give you an exact answer here.
Right, yeah. And of course, tied to that are the costs. Yeah. Okay, so I made notes whether council has any other projects that are missing. So is there anything that you would like to be included for consideration? The bane of my existence is line painting, traffic, you know, the street line painting. I'm wondering, I know we've been doing bits every year. I didn't see it explicitly mentioned, is it?
Yeah, we have a budget line item for line painting. I believe it's $20,000, but we'll get that number exact for you.
And with that, just what does that mean? You know, does that paint one road or half a sea shelter? Like put a scope or scale on it?
Right. I can let Director Dillon talk to that. But you know, it's basically hitting the roads that need lines, right? Like, so when we did the Norwest Bay Road, we'd already done our line painting, so that will get done this year. That's that section. And then, you know, other areas where the line is fading, those will be done as well.
Yeah, because that's okay. Thanks. That's the one. That's one I'd like to see us add and make sure it's done. Rather, if we've got enough in there. Right, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you through the chair. To add to that point, I don't know if crosswalks are included in that. Definitely, I think crosswalks are a total priority. They have to be well painted and clear because you've got pedestrians, children, you know, pedestrians deserve that, I think. So I think that's a real priority for me.
So that goes to the scope of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Line painting?
Those off camera, they don't hear the whispering going on.
How much is in the budget?
Respond to our sudden questions. You okay?
How much? No, can't do that.
Take your time. I'd rather hold that if
We're
you're
good.
not quite.
Okay, so for revenue for STRs, we have 54,000 in the budget at this point,
Mhm.
and we believe that will go up a little bit.
Believe that would go
Go
up.
up
Okay.
in either one of the scenarios that you're gonna look at tonight.
It would be higher in,
Yes,
okay, all right. Right, sorry.
yeah,
Now it's my turn. I'm processing that.
okay.
Great.
Right, if I could just speak to that through the chair on the STR revenue, as I understood it early on, that we would be hiring somebody with that money to address STR. That would be additional
Yeah,
staff
so.
and additional
yeah.
funding, because it seems to me right now we have current staff doing that.
Okay, so we'll let.
Some clarity on that.
Right, thanks.
So I can let Director Allen talk to that, but it's not all going that way, no. There's a software that we're looking at purchasing that's in the additional operating request. That's part of it, yes.
Mhm. Not that, oh, there, now you're on.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so there are two things, working with Granicus, the software provider, and Granicus already has a contract with us for the Your Say page, the web page we use for projects and so forth. So an extension to our contract at a relatively modest fee would bring a strong return in our ability to monitor and analyze the short-term rental market within Sechelt. And it
So,
does,
to stay with the budget items for now as opposed to the issue for tonight. So we've got 15,000 for Granicus?
correct, in that range, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Right.
You bet.
Yeah.
And significant increase in revenue intake should the number be expanded.
Plus expenses that Councillor McLaughlin was referencing,
Such as an additional bylaw
Right.
officer, yes,
and staff time and
correct.
collecting fees time.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so the amount in the budget for line painting is $60,000.
Good, good. I mean, it's a safety issue, and I agree with the crosswalks, and that includes crosswalks, I guess,
Yes,
on our roads, not to
Yes.
be confused with Modi roads. Okay. Okay, any other projects, folks? Okay.
Can I just comment on that?
Yes?
I mean, I would like to recommend projects, but I think we have so much on our plate already, I just don't
Mhm.
see how I can justify it, so.
Okay, no, and I accept.
I'll think about it,
Yeah.
but that's how I feel right now, thank you.
The reason I'm kind of giving you more time to think about it, sometimes there's a project that comes out of left field that maybe is either, oh, that's really important, or at least it gets it on our list for consideration next year. So I wouldn't hold back, even if you feel, oh, well, probably it won't get approved. I'd rather hear about it and staff can think about it, even if we don't proceed with it. So, okay, we'll move on for now. I'm trying to figure out ways to shorten this if possible. Are there any at council, having gone through, that are automatic abandoned? Things you would absolutely just, without further discussion, want to abandon? Be too big a question to throw at you suddenly. Okay, I tried. Yes, please.
Well, abandon or defer?
I
Abandon?
chose abandon, because like it's crazy, there's no point in ever pursuing that.
Well, for me, the aerator, it just seems like a huge piece of equipment for, what do we have?
Yeah, well.
Whatever, the
capital for
aerator
minute,
is a
yeah.
huge piece of equipment for Hockett Park, presumably, and
Okay, so that's one.
I don't know. I just have real issues with that, given that we don't even know if we're gonna have grass worth aerating at this point. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to you, and how do you,
So my intention would be to start with additional operating requests and work towards the back of the book. However, we can do it in a different order if council wishes. Okay. So, if, once again, like I said, if there's a pause you'd like to take, just let us know. And if there's, a definite move forward with, and then we'll do the motion, okay? Okay, so we're at the top of page 98 of the budget book.
47, road 46. Right? 46?
140, oh,
Okay. Okay. Great.
okay, so we can start at the top and, discuss or, go through each one, and see how far we get. So the first one that we have there is HR advisor, and this is just a lift to an employee that currently exists. $11,175 will be funded from taxation.
Comments? Jump in with this. It hurts, but I actually want to talk about how we reduce spending. You know, that's, I take no pleasure in that, but I just, the pressures, and when we see what the SCRD is proposing, and the affordability and the impact that it has, I'm really struggling to approve anything. It's not a reflection of any efforts by staff or indeed the specifics, but, you know, be a lot nicer if we could say, hey, we don't need this and that that's in the current budget, and we can use that for something new. But, Mr. Yates, please.
Yeah, that's a interesting direction. I think one worth having a different conversation than if you'd like to as an approach to budget. If council already has a number in their head that they can't tolerate going beyond, even if that number is 0, then it's easier to end this event right now, and we'll go away and work to that end if it's 0 or whatever it is. This is going to be a mindless exercise of yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, if your number is already set. And then we'd be in a better position to bring back the things we believe to be our priority for you as a way of going about it.
Yeah, I accept that.
Yeah, it's a perfectly acceptable way of going about it. Don't get me wrong. Lots of jurisdictions do it this way. It's whatever your preference is. Yeah.
Come on, guys and girls. This is the fun stuff, not.
So the question is, do we have a number in mind at this point with the comment? Do we have a number in mind that we're comfortable with for a tax increase for our community? That's the question right now.
That's what, yes.
Yeah, so that's it. That's the bottom line right now. Okay.
Do you have a number?
Oh, yeah. I wish it was anything.
Okay.
I don't have a number in mind, but if we're looking at a 6.6% tax increase to cover the deficit plus the 3% that we just voted on, yeah, I guess after that, and we're looking at the additional items, I guess my quick, rough answer is no, or it's 0, but I would love to have staff come back and say, this is what we feel are really important.
Meaning the priority list.
Correct.
Sort of that we talked about. Yeah. Okay. But we have to be careful. Yeah, we have to be careful if we're saying, you know, to Mr. Yates' point, if we're saying 0, then then there's no point in coming back with priorities. If we're saying, well, we're not really sure, then I guess there is validity or value, I should say, in putting together priorities. Because I want to say again that this is painful, but because I want us to have all the money we ever want and do everything we feel we can do and make it better, but that's sort of a motherhood statement. Councillor Toff.
I mean, we can do that. We just have to be willing to defend it to the community.
Yeah. We have to see the value in it, in which case hopefully it would be defendable.
That's right.
But,
I don't have a particular number in mind, but in the interest of getting this moving, I'd actually like to look at both the HR advisor and the director of administration, and I'd like to move option 3, that this be deferred to the 2024 budget year.
have you done this before?
Maybe 5,000 or 6,000 times.
Okay, it's a motion. So the motion, this is, if you're referencing on page 47, the sheet of different motions, so that's to defer for a year. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Toff. So, keep going. You're on a roll.
Sure, if I can just keep going. I think we all know that the OCP update is critically important. I would be interested to find out if there are funding options that may include not 100% taxation. Like, I don't know if we can fund part of this out of surplus or reserves or something. I recognize the lift for this year is only $50,000, but I'm wondering if we can fund that through some other means, depending on how everybody else feels. It looks to me like referring to staff pending, or with a report for information regarding other possible funding sources. But I guess I'll move that and look for a seconder.
Okay. I'll call the question. Yeah? All in favor? You clear on that? On the motion?
I am, but I mean, I'm just wondering with a question, I mean, is there ever money, I guess, Director of Planning and Development would know, if there's ever money for such a thing where you can find other money for that. It's kind of, for an OCP.
The short answer is no.
Yeah, that's
This is not something that's provincially funded, or you can get a grant to do. That's not the way OCPs work.
No, thank you.
So the motion, in a sense, is based on that input. We defer it for more, and the report comes back saying we don't have another, but. Yep. Okay, no, I think we can vote on the motion. I think recognizing there may be no other sources, but. Okay. Any other comments? All in favor? Defer? All opposed? Were you voting?
I was voting
In favor. All right. Deferred for more information or on funding sources. Okay. We really. Yes, please.
I would like to move option 1, approve and incorporate City Studio Sunshine Coast into the budget.
So if I could just comment before we go too far, we haven't done even the first phase of this yet. So we could defer this one to 2024 as we have a little bit of carryover money from last year.
I guess I'll retract my motion and suggest that we defer this to the 2024 budget year instead.
Okay, procedurally, is there a way to shorten and do a whole bunch of deferrals, like park that and do one motion to defer a whole bunch of them, if that's where we're going?
It'd certainly be a lot less painful, yep.
Yep. Right. Okay, because the next one to me is the same. that the bylaw officer, pending further discussions this evening, is something that should be deferred to, so we,
Well, I said 2024.
for the city studio.
Yeah.
Yes, right, that, you said deferred, not referred. And you, okay, all right. So, okay, so what do you want to do about the bylaw officer? And, well, we're gonna park the deferrals. I'm not seeing anybody strongly disagreeing. So to Mr. Yates' comment, a little less painful for one resolution that we would, for a series of deferrals. Is that okay? Councillor McLaughlin, I need a seconder if we're going to, before we discuss
I just wondered,
it.
maybe it's a point of order, what page are you guys looking at?
We're on 147 in the electronic, and what's that? Help me, somebody. 98 in the printed. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so for the moment, let's take. You've got a motion to defer to another year for City Studios. So I'm asking, going to see if there's a second. Oops. Okay, that motion dies. How do you want to handle City State then? Okay. Okay.
Let's start again here. Okay, we're
Right?
so we're at City Studio right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see.
And
Please.
you're going to defer to next year? Oh,
Yes.
yes, and I'm going to second that. Yeah. I thought we were at 5 hours.
Right. Okay. I'm not sensing everybody's jumping on board to agree with that, so I'd like to hear from the contrary. Please.
I'm just in favor of moving on to the next item.
Oh, I see. You're,
Bylaws.
Bylaw.
Okay.
but are you in spirit in favor of this motion, albeit you'd like it to be a group motion? Is that what you're saying? Or you just don't want to even?
No, I just, not in favor of the item,
Okay.
that's,
Right.
of not deferring it to the next year.
So what, okay, so you're in favor of abandoning?
Abandoning, I guess.
Okay. As I said earlier, I struggle with abandon unless it's something categoric that we never want to see it again. So I'd be in support of the deferral. Councilor
Sorry, I'm
McLaughlin?
just looking for the detail page of that. So I can...
Okay. Remember, we're in committee of the whole, so this is, we do get another
103 budget book.
Okay, how about we, okay, it's $11,000, so I'm gonna call the question on, deferral to next year. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So let's just step back for a second and I want to refocus. This is not the last time that we look at this. None of these are absolute. And we've got a whole lot of them to get through. So that's why I was thinking that blanket approach could work for some of the items. But we certainly can't be here going through every one of these and the capital items individually in committee of the whole. So, with RCM, Mr. Yates, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm seeing the struggle here. I think it might be an idea for finance and the senior team to take this away and then come back and try to help you that way. I think trying to make decisions on the fly over things that have, you know, merely headings in some cases is difficult. So that might be a way to get you over this hump and into the next step, and we can come back with things that we really think there should be a discussion about, and then other things that, you know, fine, you know, if you're not interested, here's what it means. This is not a threat, so don't take it the wrong way. Also to provide you with some repercussions of some of these choices that you're about to make, because there are repercussions. My colleague and I were just talking, while you were talking. And the other thing that needs to be considered here, some of these things are interrelated. So by nixing one, you don't actually have the body to do the next part or what have you. So that's, and you might not know that at this stage, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I think that's exactly right, because we talked about priorities, and yes, I hadn't even thought about the interconnection. So what that would look like, I guess, is you'd go and have a look at all of these, and to a certain extent, it's still the prioritization, but it's perhaps in some respects saying, if you want to do item 6, you're going to have to do item 7, or vice versa.
Yeah, and I think with a spotlight on those ones related to tax specifically. That's your biggest burden,
yes.
Right? So.
Yes. I think, would you agree, Council? Our driver in all of this is keeping the increase as affordable as possible. Yeah. Your microphone's on, so that's why I was, okay. All right, then in that respect, then do we move to capital? Because I think that comment is particularly germane to the operating. Some of the capital may be more discrete because we know in most cases the funding sources. And do we? Do you want to jump in?
I just wonder, if we should just make a motion to refer this back to staff for further.
For the operating.
For the operating, for further prioritization.
Carry forward.
No, this would be essentially the second one, referring it, all the operating items to staff for further information. So, all right. Going to make a motion to that effect, somebody? Yep. Second. Okay, discussion. You clear what will help you make a decision when it comes back to us? And the consequence is, I suspect we're going to need to try and be accommodating to have another meeting before the end of February, to be fair to you, to be fair to you, to allow you to do all the work that needs to be done. So, if you think of anything in the next day or two, please, I guess let me know, and then we'll make sure that staff are comfortable trying to provide what will help us make the tough decision. Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor of referring the operating costs to staff for prioritization and further information? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Toth opposed. I don't want to put you on the spot. Is there anything you'd like to?
I mean, we've already had the vote, but I was ready to make decisions on all of these items today. So okay. I don't really need more information.
Right. Okay. Yep. Thank you for that. That's useful. Okay. So then we will go, Mr. Douglas, to.
I think I'd like to stop on page 145, and just to get a motion to defer 2 projects that were carried over to future years. So, so project number 7445 and 7399, they're both trail projects that we're struggling to get access to land. And being 2023, you know, I don't see anything happening till 2027.
So that's 7445 and...
And
Oh, yes, and the next
7399.
one. Right. Okay, so that's, you're looking for a motion to
Defer those two
Defer.
projects to 2027.
2027.
Yes.
Okay. Right. I will certainly make that motion. Is there a seconder? Okay, discussion? Please, no? Councillor Toth?
Thank you. 2027 was a very, very specific, specific date or year chosen, so I'm just wondering if there's more information as to the why 2027, or maybe you can't share it with us, I don't.
No,
That would be
just
interesting.
through the chair, we're 2 to 3 years away from getting any access, if at all.
Oh,
So-
okay, so it's about the access. We could build on two ends and have
The
nowhere to
big
go.
gap in the middle,
Uh-huh.
it doesn't work. Yeah. Now, if we do get the land in a year, we'll bring them back sooner, and there's the reason why.
Yep.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, so staff are not looking for any more motions out of the carry forward list at this point.
I'd like to ask, are there any that council thinks don't need to be carried forward? We stop the Public Works building? Sorry, bad joke. Please, Councillor Toth.
Thank you. Just looking at I guess it's the fifth one on the list here, the sixth, the Quarry Park, Silverstone.
7398.
Thank you, yeah. Would be interested to know if we've started work on that project yet. Cause I know it was intended to get that underway last year. So I'm wondering if there'd be any implication to moving it off the staff work plan for 2023, just to free up staff capacity.
Thank you for the question, through you, Chair. Just preliminary planning at this stage, nothing significant. Deferring the project to a later year would have no major implications for staff. Thank you.
No implications. Would it help?
Go ahead.
Thank you. In fact, yes, it would actually help. I mean, we want to see that park. It's beautiful. I've hiked in there. It's amazing. It's incredible. But those particular applicants, and you saw their townhouse permission to proceed application recently, have 2 or 3 different developments in mind. We do rely upon them to get to this park so many degrees. So I've been feeling like there's a great opportunity, but we're just not quite there yet.
Okay, so staff would welcome us deferring it for a year for now?
I certainly agree with the Director of Planning and Development that it would free up staff capacity. Right now, the person managing that is our engineering project manager, Julie, and she has a lot of stuff on the go right now, so would appreciate the light and load. Thank you.
Okay, motion to defer, Councillor Toth.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a nice to have, and I appreciate the comments from staff. So I'd like to move that the Quarry Park, or recommend that the Quarry Park Silverstone Development Project be deferred to 2024.
Seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Great. Any others, folks? Bear with me, please. Did have one. Are we going to, I mean, this is an ambitious list at the best of times, so inevitably some are not going to get done. But that's not really a budget issue. So, okay, perhaps some casters for the chair outside. Okay, I will, I think we can move on. Mr. Douglas.
Okay, page 148 then, I guess, when we're into capital.
You're good to have around.
The budget book.
Yes. Page 197 in the electronic version, yeah. So, we've got some prioritization. Oh, Kern, does, Mr. Dillon, you got your microphone, is it? Oh, no, okay. My team is keeping me on track.
Okay, so because of the 3% motion that we had, all the general capital that we have in front of us, so that's mostly page, all the way down to the last item on page 148, can be fully funded.
Right.
Okay, so we're not asking for more than what we have funding for here. So, if we wanted to start with priority projects, I would be doing that on the fly. However, I'm not really recommending that, but a few items that really need to go forward would be the roof on the Justice Building. I'm just looking for that here. Where do I see it?
Finish. Okay, just while you're,
Where do I
Councillor
see it?
Toth, yeah.
I'm going to propose a different path of action here. I would like to see a little bit more information about the RCMP washroom renovations and the parking access. And I'd like to have, refer to a later date for further conversation about the scissor lift. And otherwise, I'm actually okay to approve everything else on that list.
Okay.
So if there's anything else from council that they want to pull out of what I'm about to make a motion to approve.
Okay, because I'd like to suggest you make potentially 2 or 3 motions.
Yeah.
So maybe we could start with what amounts to the RCMP, the facilities. No, the RCMP component of facilities, I think, is what you're asking, first of all, for more information.
Specifically the washroom renovation and the parking access.
Right.
The other items on there, I'm fine with, so just to be extra difficult.
So, motion?
So sure, I'll make a recommendation that the washroom renovations and parking access gates be referred to a subsequent meeting for further information. I think staff sort of know what we're looking to hear back on.
Okay, I'm looking at, we're jumping, you following that somehow? Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded? Are we clear on, so that's just about those 2 items? Right. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Carry on, Mr. Councillor Toth.
Well, I mean, I would be, I'll try a different one then. I'd like to defer the scissor lift to 2024.
And just so
Sorry,
everybody...
that's on page 190, or 149 of the budget document, 198 PDF.
Right.
Yeah, the third to last item.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you, sorry. So you're picking that one out of, okay. Any reason? Any sewer?
I just don't know that we necessarily need it. I just, looking at the things that are on the list, I'm comfortable basically moving everything else forward at this time. So trying to get through the list.
So, okay, so that moved and seconded. I got to admit, I don't recall what they need it for, but, yep, that's fine. Okay, I'll call the question, all in, yes, certainly.
I'm just wondering,
On the scissor list.
what about generally?
Well, on this motion, we're talking about the scissor lift, so we can have a more general comment after. Do you have comments about the scissor lift?
Well, scissor lift and all these are coming out of reserves, right?
Uh,
And so when reserves are used up, they need to be replaced.
yes.
So that's my concern.
Yeah.
So even not approving one and approving
Okay,
like
so to be
$4 million
clear.
or something,
Yeah.
it doesn't. really
No,
work.
and
Thank you.
and I'd like to come back to that. In this respect, it's coming out of the sewer capital reserves as opposed to the more general capital reserves. Doesn't make it wrong, right or wrong, it's just I'm making the distinction that it is a different pot of reserves which are generated from sewer user fees as opposed to general taxation. I'm always looking over to make sure I'm saying the right thing. Yeah, okay. So, so it's different, I suppose, is part of what I'm getting at is different than a general reserve that comes from taxation. So, okay, you ready on this one? So to defer the sewers. Thank you. Scissor lift for the sewer, yes. All in favor? Opposed? I'm opposed, carried. Okay. So can we talk, I think Councillor McLaughlin, your comments are noted about the reserves have to be captured or replenished. You do need to use them. I actually do have an ongoing concern about spending the 3% that we're taxing every year. The original intention was to see it build over time, and I'm not. It's I guess more of a philosophical conversation at this point because we need to maintain the assets, but we also need to keep taxes low. But the real intent, I always thought, was to have a big building pot to fix the real heavy infrastructure, but I don't think we're there this year. Other than that, the big ones in here, of course, the big one is the building facility renewal, which does not have a code assigned to it, but it's near the top of the first page of these 2 pages. So, Councillor Toth, you were ready to talk about, or you want to talk about that one, or do you want to deal with that?
Nope, that's the end of the list of things I wanted to kick off or kick down the road. So,
okay.
See if anybody else has anything else.
Okay, thank you. What do you think, folks? I'm bringing that one on. So how do you all feel we should be proceeding with the building facility renewal line item 1.6 million? Do you have enough information? Do you want to approve it? Do you want to build it yourself? Councillor Toth.
Thank you. Like I said, I'm happy to see the rest of it move forward. With this particular category of project, I guess, we're looking at the 743,000, which is a couple of projects. I believe it's phase 1 on this building, which is the front wall that's deteriorating. I can't remember the other projects that go into it. And then the public safety reserve for $800,000 is a new roof on part of the Justice building. Right. So it's, borderline imminent asset failure as far as I'm concerned.
Anything to add, Mr. Douglas?
Yeah, I know there's only 3 components to the 1.6 million. I think that's the number that's there.
Yes.
Is the roof, the wall, and 60,000 towards the public works building. Sorry. Yeah, which includes the DDC system up there. Some lighting, railing at Rockwood.
Right, so there are some others. Okay. Council, how do you want to proceed? Please, Councillor McLaughlin.
Comment on it. I mean, I know it's I'm a climate change believer, and I have shown or talked about the World Ocean Day, what was it, June 6th or something, the SCRD came and showed maps that showed the amount of flooding we can expect by 2030, or at 2030, or around 2030. And so that makes me think about how much money we invest into these buildings. It's like we're just assuming that that's not going to happen, and that we should keep them up at business as usual and all things being equal. But I'm not really sure that it is such a good investment. I would almost like to see how the climate goes over the next couple of years and see if we can just kind of patch and repair things before we put in a whole lot of money to find that climate change is going to be a lot harder on our buildings than we thought. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. You're done, or is that?
The wall at the front is in state that if we don't do anything this year, I'm not so sure how long we can inhabit the building.
Mm-hmm.
So that one's, you know, phase 2 and 3, maybe we can look at that, but the front wall is really needing repair.
Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, we've seen the facility reports at an earlier meeting, and the building repair portion of that for this building is almost patch and repair, and it's not precluding us from expanding this or not expanding this building, looking at other options, but it seems to me it's repair work that's just got to be done. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Okay. Any other discussions? So this is a motion, I guess, to accept and bring into the agenda, or into the budget for 2023, all three, well, 1 to 3 lines of the building facility renewal. Is there a motion to that effect? Okay. Motion. Okay. I wasn't, but apparently I am. I see some nods. Okay. Yeah, and I do agree with Councillor McLaughlin. It's we need to be sure that we any new buildings we accommodate the impacts of sustainability and heat, passive building, and all that stuff. But for now, this is to me important maintenance, which is why we have reserves. Okay, I'll call a question. All in favor? Okay, carried. All right, I, as council know, must leave, so I will be turning the chair over to Councillor Toth, and we do have a quorum. That thought it just barely. But thank you for doing that, Councillor Toth.
No worries, you drug it out just long enough that we couldn't get through the capital project, so happy to finish off. Do you need us to take a couple minutes? No? You're good? Okay. So council, looking at the remainder of the capital list, is there anything anybody would like to defer or refer or abandon? Or would anybody like to move forward with blocks of them at a time?
Two blocks at a time.
Would you like to make a recommendation?
I'd like to make a recommendation. Get things moving. Let's do blocks at a time.
Well, what? What are you moving on?
I'm moving that we do blocks at a time.
No. Are there?
Tell me what I should motion.
What would you like to move forward with? Blocks of what? Lego blocks?
Oh, these, within the, this is what you referred to as blocks, right? Each one of these within the capital.
If you would like,
project?
would you like to name a number of items to try and move them forward? Because otherwise I could make a recommendation that we approve the remainder of the capital list.
Okay.
Which I don't see any other hands up. So Councillor Shepherd?
Support that motion.
Okay, then I will make that recommendation that we approve and incorporate the remainder of the capital projects.
Okay.
Seconded. Thank you. Not yet. I'm running this meeting. Would you like to chair the meeting?
No.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor McLaughlin.
Through the chair, I just feel that, you know, we've already made the big one for repairing this building primarily. To me, most of these could be deferred. I'm concerned that we save money for the taxpayers because we know, you know, we're going to have issues with paying for water meters, things like that, that are going to hit our taxpayers pretty hard. And so I'm not really convinced that any of these are essential. I mean, the RCMP ones we discussed, but I think they could be deferred. And yeah, I don't see any that are absolutely emergency. You have the maintenance, whole replacements, emergency needs, critical, 150,000. Maybe we could talk about that. I mean, I don't want to do anything counterproductive either, but that's the main one I see that is emergency. Outfall inspection, ballast replacement, that's kind of an ongoing topic. I think that's probably not going to impact us necessarily this year. Removal of solids from lagoon, 250,000. Septage reserve, okay, maybe, because obviously we have to deal with that. But by and large, I'm not really supportive of the other items because I'm just worried about the cost and the impact on taxpayers. Already going to be well over 10%, maybe 12, 15, I don't know, but it's getting to a range where it's making me very uncomfortable.
Okay, thank you. And those, you know, all of these items that we are looking at here are being funded from capital reserve, grants, public safety reserve, development cost charges, things of that nature. They're not recognizing that, yes, of course, our capital reserve is tax funded. They're not specific tax implications for these capital projects. Director Douglas, did I see your hand up?
Well, just wait for a minute to see how this goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Councillor Bell?
Yeah, I see 3 critical areas identified there by staff. And I mean, that to me, I would want to know more from staff. If they say it's critical, I'd like to know. I believe that's why they flagged these. So I wouldn't want to see those not be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd?
Just to point out to Councillor McLaughlin, and I agree, there's some that are arguable, some, obviously there's some that are critical, but if we move ahead with a motion to import all of the rest of those items into the budget, it's not the final sort of go ahead with the number. We can always import them and then see how it's hitting taxation. That is a concern, but there's still another round to go. Thank you.
Director Douglas?
Okay, just to help the conversation on a little bit. So you can approve all these and there will be no further effect on taxation. So that's 3%, and the cumulative 3% covers this with grants and other reserves. Okay. There are a number of critical projects and projects that are hinging on other projects to get going here. So one is the Cook Creek culvert. Okay, have that approved last year. We didn't have enough money to do the project. So this is kind of second amount of funding to get that Cook Creek project done. If we don't do that project, we can't widen the road there for bike lanes, which is part of a grant that we have. So that's just a paving program. We've been putting just over $500,000 into it each year, and we're falling behind further each year. And it's in here again. It's another critical project that we need to keep going to improve our infrastructure. Sidewalk maintenance, it's the first time it's been in here as an item. I can walk you through to at least 6 segments of sidewalks that need a repair, and this is a liability issue. So I'm just going to say most of these are here because they are a priority issue. The RCMP ones, they're operational, they're requests for efficiency, yes. But there's not much here that I would say is like things we don't need to do overall.
Thank you. But just to follow up with Councillor Shepherd's comment there, the operating request, yes, we're going to get one last chance to sort of have a last review at it. Is that going to be the same situation with the capital as well, or is this sort of?
So this recommendation goes to council, and then through the minutes, council endorses the minutes, and then those items are incorporated in the budget.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, so this is the final recommendation on capital items?
This is a recommendation to council. If you see the minutes and you've thought about it and you said, listen, I know we've incorporated all these items into the budget. There's one here I'd like to talk about. You can do it at that point.
Okay, thank
but you. These are approved through the minutes to be incorporated.
Sorry, to the chair, I'm still willing to proceed with incorporating.
Thank you. I realize I missed one that I wanted to pull, but I'm willing to move forward with it as it is for now and deal with it when it comes to council. So, any further comments, Councillor McLaughlin?
Just hearing those comments again about reserves. I mean, reserves get depleted, and I think the reason we have the 3% for the last number of years is that they were depleted. So again, if we're spending things we don't essentially need to, and we have a water crisis on our hand, who knows what's going to happen there, then we're just going to deplete these reserves somewhat and have to keep taxing for it. So I don't really see it as, you know, it's not taxation money. It is, and it all is. And we know we need to keep reserves for asset renewal. But I think we have to pick and choose some of the other things and maybe not do everything that to the level that we did in terms of level of service in the past, make some compromises. But I can get a sense that I'm sort of outvoted here already, so.
I haven't called the question yet.
I want to just remind you of that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Douglas?
If I just may, I didn't say that it wasn't taxation. I said it was no further taxation other than 3%. So all the reserve money is taxation, but approving this doesn't cause us any more than the 3% for capital. A lot of these projects are renewal projects. There's very few new items here that would be considered new, not renewal. Most of these are renewal projects. And I guess the picture that we've been trying to paint is that the 3% cumulative is a start. The 3% that we're getting for capital right now isn't enough to put towards reserves because we have enough demand on renewals that we need the 3%. We need the full amount. So yes, I'm a big fan of putting money away for the future, but there's no money, I'll say very little money here that's not renewals, number one. And number two, the picture is 3% cumulative isn't keeping up. But we got to start somewhere, and that's where we started. 5 years ago, we had zero. We had zero for capital. So if you want to ask why were reserves depleted, that's the reason. When you had zero money coming in for capital, your only option was grants and reserves that you had. So right now we're spending $1.6 million of taxation on renewals, pretty much. And that will continue for a number of years because we're so far behind the ability to save money to put away. It will come, guarantee you, it will come, but we're not there yet. I mean, roads, we're putting $500,000 in. We should be over $1 million a year into roads. We don't have the money, so we do what we can with what we have. But as for saving, absolutely. But the 3% cumulative hasn't got us there yet.
Thank you. And I think that's an important distinction, is because that 3% wasn't to replenish a reserve that had been depleted. That 3% was to make some attempt at doing this renewal work, at building a reserve eventually.
I'm sorry to interject this.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So this building is a prime example of that. We have put no money into this building, and all of a sudden we have a $3 million project that we're phasing over 4 or 5 years. That's because we had no money to put into it, and we now need to put money into it.
Yeah. Okay, Director Dillon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I just want to speak to this point because it was mostly my team who worked on these projects. And what we were guided by is asset management as our long-term strategy. So I think the question was raised about saving money for taxpayers. Making strategic investments, for example, on something like manholes, if we had lined that 5 years earlier, we would have saved ourselves a $150,000 bill. Same thing with Wakefield Lift Station. That's going to be replaced at $1.2 million. Now, some strategic asset management into that structure, we could have carried on the life cycle of that particular piece of infrastructure. So I think the guiding principle around these projects is that we're making the strategic investments in our infrastructure that we need to in order to avoid a more catastrophic cost escalation when we replace things at failure. So that was the principle behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on the motion, or the recommendation that we have on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor McLaughlin opposed. That's carried. Thank you very much. I think that takes care of the budget document at this point, correct?
Okay, let's give me a minute to regroup here.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, so that's all capital. We've gone through the carryover list, and we just need to deal with the additional operating requests.
Which are coming back.
Back to us with more information or prioritized.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
So we still have item 5.4 in our agenda, which is the scheduling of a special committee of the whole meeting.
Okay, so I have some other dates that we can get use of this room other than Wednesday. That we are trying to do. So we have Monday, the 20th of February, or the Tuesday, 21st, or Friday, the 24th.
Monday, the 20th is Family Day.
Sorry. Other than the 20th, we have the 21st and 24th.
Okay.
In that week.
And I know that the 21st is round 2 budget at the regional district. But of course, well, I say, I don't have to be here, but that'd be 2 of us that would be missing, so.
Is that confirmed to be all week or just Tuesday,
It's scheduled
Wednesday?
for the 21st and the 22nd.
Right.
So Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't anticipate us taking all day Wednesday, but I won't know until Tuesday, the end of the day, right? So, the 24th?
The 24th is a Friday.
Yeah.
We can't get in on the 23rd, but the 24th.
Okay. Sounds like we might have to just is there opportunity to follow up offline with dates, or do we need to basically have them for council meeting tonight?
Yeah, we do need to we may need them. Do we have another meeting? We have
Council the 8th, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So 24th doesn't work for people?
It doesn't work for.
Okay, that's all right. All right, I'll try, between now and tonight, I'll try and have So may I have to add this to the meeting tonight as a lead item?
Try and come up with a couple options.
Let me just see here, let me take a quick look at this. What time would we start at, could we start at 10:30
On,
the Friday?
yes,
Yeah, then I can do it.
Oh.
I'll just switch that appointment around and I'll be here by 10:30.
Now, Councillor Shepherd, you had indicated that the 24th didn't work either? Oh, it's fine for you? Councillor McLaughlin, it's fine for you as well?
That's great.
Sounds like we have a date.
okay.
So would you
24th,
like,
starting at 10:30 till 3 or 4.
yeah, would you like a recommendation to that effect at this time?
Sure.
Would somebody like to move that? Okay, schedule a special committee of the whole meeting for Friday, the 24th at 10:30 a.m. And seconded by Councillor Bell. Thank you. And I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried.
So
Thank you.
I don't think, do we have to deal with that tonight at the meeting? Okay.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, there is one other option. There is a regular to close council meeting that may be scheduled for February 8th, next week.
Is that a maybe? Is it for sure, or maybe?
The agenda has not been distributed yet.
Oh, okay, so it's a for sure.
But confirmation of this recommendation could be added to that agenda before the closed session. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that takes us to the end of our meeting for today. So can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved, seconded. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. You got here just in time, Pam. Any questions for us today?
No.